This message is issued by the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow the instructions. This is not a drill. I'm Marcus Webb, Emergency Coordinator for the Greater Metro Region, and I'm speaking to you today about Dinoland Indoor Theme Park on Riverside Drive. We've received multiple reports of unusual incidents at this facility over the past 72 hours. If you visited Dinoland recently, or if you're planning a visit, you need to hear this information. At 2:47 p.m. yesterday, a mother called our dispatch line because something wasn't right about her visit. She'd brought her 8-year-old daughter Sarah to see the dinosaur exhibits, and while they were standing in front of the main T-Rex display, that's the 20-foot animatronic they call Tyrone, the mechanical dinosaur turned its massive head toward the little girl and said, very clearly, "Hello, Tommy. Are you ready to come home now?" The child's name is Sarah. She's never been called Tommy, but Tommy Chen, age 7, went missing from that same park 4 weeks ago. Here's what you need to know to stay safe. Do not allow children to visit Dinoland alone. Do not eat the food from their restaurant. And if any of the animatronics address your child by a name that isn't theirs, remove your family from the premises immediately. I'll be honest with you. In 15 years of emergency coordination, I've never had to issue a warning quite like this one. But the pattern we're seeing demands your attention. Let me walk you through what we know. 3 days ago, the Mitchell family visited Dinoland for their son Jake's 6th birthday. Standard family outing. Mom, Dad, birthday boy, and his 4-year-old sister. They spent about 2 hours in the park, took pictures with the animatronics, ate lunch at the Fossil Fuel Cafe. Normal visit by all accounts. Except when they got home, Mrs. Mitchell noticed something odd. She couldn't remember ordering lunch. More specifically, she could remember sitting down at the table. And she could remember leaving the restaurant, but the 45 minutes in between were just gone. Her husband had the same gap. The children seemed fine, though Jake kept talking about his new friend Rex and how Rex knew his favorite color without being told. The next day, Tuesday morning, dispatch received a call from another family. The Hendersons had visited Dinoland the evening before with their twin daughters, age 9. During their visit, while the girls were interacting with the Triceratops display, that's Trina, according to the park materials, one of the daughters suddenly became very upset. She was crying and saying that Lily was in there, and that Lily was sad and wanted to come out. The problem is, Lily Morrison was the Hendersons' neighbor. She'd been missing for 2 months. The family had moved away after the disappearance, and the Henderson girls hadn't seen or spoken about Lily in weeks. Yet there she was, recognizing her friend's voice coming from a mechanical dinosaur. The third incident happened Tuesday evening after the park had closed. Bob Hendricks, no relation to the Henderson family, it's just one of those coincidences, works night security at Dinoland. He's been on the job 8 months, says it's usually the quietest gig he's ever had. Animatronics shut down at 8 p.m. sharp, emergency lighting kicks in, and the only sounds are the building's climate control systems. Except Tuesday night at 11:23 p.m., Bob heard children laughing. He followed the sound to the main exhibition floor and found all 6 Velociraptor units standing in a circle, their heads tilted toward each other like they were having a conversation. Their eyes were dark, no power to the display systems, but they were moving. Smooth, coordinated movements, not the jerky hydraulic motions you'd expect from malfunctioning machinery. Bob called out, asked if anyone was in the building. The Velociraptors turned toward him in perfect unison, and the largest one, the pack leader they call Victor, spoke in a child's voice. "We're always here now, Mr. Bob. We're waiting for our friends to come play." Bob ran a system diagnostic from the security office. According to the computer logs, all animatronic units had been powered down for 3 hours and 27 minutes. Yet the security cameras clearly showed them moving, interacting, positioning themselves throughout the park. Here's where things get concerning from a safety standpoint. After each of these incidents, the families reported similar symptoms. Memory gaps, particularly around meal times at the park. Children displaying knowledge they shouldn't have, knowing employee names, understanding the layout of restricted areas, mentioning other children they'd never met. And in every case, the children expressed a strong desire to return to Dinoland, often waking their parents in the middle of the night asking when they could go back to see their friends. We've identified what we're calling the recognition phase. This appears to be the first stage of whatever process is affecting park visitors. Children begin showing signs of unusual attachment to specific animatronic units within 24 hours of their visit. They'll draw pictures of the dinosaurs, assign them personalities that don't match the park's official character descriptions, and, most notably, they'll speak about the animatronics as if they're real living creatures with feelings and needs. The Henderson twins, for example, have been leaving food outside their bedroom window for Trina since their visit. When asked why, they explain that she gets hungry at night and can't reach the restaurant. Their parents initially found this charming, typical childhood imagination at work. But the food disappears every night, despite the fact that they live 7 miles from Dinoland. Parents often dismiss this phase as normal post-visit excitement. Don't. If your child begins exhibiting these behaviors, contact our office immediately using the number I'll provide at the end of this broadcast. The second stage we've documented is what we're calling persistent contact. This typically manifests 48 to 72 hours after the initial visit. Children report hearing their dinosaur friends calling to them, usually during quiet moments, bedtime, bath time, car rides. They'll have detailed conversations with empty air, responding to voices only they can hear. Jake Mitchell's parents thought he was just playing pretend until they heard him providing personal information about their family to his invisible friend, Rex. Details like his father's work schedule, his mother's maiden name, the fact that they'd been discussing moving to a new house, information that no one outside the family should know, being shared with something that shouldn't exist. More concerning, children in this stage begin demonstrating knowledge about other missing children. Sarah Kim, age 5, visited Dinoland last Friday. By Sunday, she was drawing pictures of children her parents had never seen, calling them by names like Tommy, Lily, and Marcus. When her mother asked where she'd learned about these children, Sarah said they lived with the dinosaurs now and were much happier than before. 3 of those names match missing person reports filed in our jurisdiction over the past 6 months. Stage 3 is what we're calling integration attempts. This is where the situation becomes genuinely dangerous. Children begin trying to return to Dinoland through any means necessary. They'll wake up in the middle of the night and attempt to leave the house. They'll hide in cars, hoping their parents will drive past the park. Some have been found walking along major roads, heading in the direction of the facility. The Morrison family, yes, Lily Morrison's family, moved to Oregon after their daughter's disappearance. They called our office yesterday morning. Their 12-year-old son, Kevin, who had never visited Dinoland, was found at 3 a.m. standing in their backyard facing southeast. When asked what he was doing, he said he was listening for Lily, and that she needed him to come home to the dinosaurs. Southeast from their Oregon location is the exact direction of Dinoland, approximately 340 miles away. Let me be clear about our current safety recommendations. First, do not visit Dinoland until further notice. I know they're advertising heavily right now, discount admission, special family packages, extended hours, but don't be swayed by the marketing. There's a reason their prices are suddenly so low. Second, if your child has visited the park in the past 2 weeks, monitor their behavior closely. Look for the signs I've described: memory gaps, unusual knowledge, attempts to return to the facility. Document everything and contact us immediately if you observe concerning changes. Third, and this is crucial, if your child enters what we're calling integration attempts, do not attempt to reason with them or dismiss their experiences as imagination. The children who've reached this stage appear to be in contact with something real, something that has detailed knowledge about their lives and the lives of others. Treat it as you would any other legitimate safety threat. Dr. Sarah Chen from the Regional Psychological Health Center has been consulting with us on these cases. According to Dr. Chen, the behavioral patterns we're seeing don't match any known psychological conditions. The shared knowledge, the coordinated responses, the specific focus on Dinoland, these aren't symptoms of mass hysteria or childhood imagination. Something is actively communicating with these children, and it has access to information it shouldn't possess. We've attempted to coordinate with Dinoland management regarding these incidents. The park is operated by Dino Fun Entertainment LLC, which is apparently a subsidiary of something called Meridian Biosystems. Our requests for cooperation have been met with what I can only describe as corporate stonewalling. They've provided no incident reports, no maintenance logs, no documentation of the system malfunctions we've witnessed. More troubling, they've continued normal operations despite our recommendations for a voluntary shutdown pending investigation. When pressed for comment, their public relations department issued a statement saying that Dinoland remains committed to providing safe, educational entertainment for families, and that any rumors of unusual incidents are unfounded and likely the result of overactive imaginations. This is not imagination. We have security footage, witness statements, and documented behavioral changes in multiple children. What we don't have is explanation or cooperation from the people who should be most concerned about safety at their facility. Standard protocols aren't working here. Local police have visited the park twice. Both times they found nothing unusual during daylight hours. The animatronics perform exactly as designed, the staff is cooperative and professional, and all safety systems check out perfectly. But the incidents continue happening after visiting hours, and the children continue changing. Animal Control was contacted after reports of unusual sounds coming from the facility at night. Their investigation found no evidence of animals on the premises. What they did find were the sounds, recorded from outside the building. Children's voices, laughter, conversations happening inside a supposedly empty building with no active electrical systems. We've had 3 attempts to conduct overnight investigations. Each time, our equipment has malfunctioned in specific ways. Recording devices produce only static during crucial moments. Temperature sensors register impossible readings. Sub-freezing temperatures in individual spots while the surrounding areas remain normal. And every investigator has reported the same experience. The sensation of being watched by something patient and intelligent. Here's what's particularly concerning from an emergency response perspective. We're now tracking 17 missing children across 3 jurisdictions, all of whom visited Dinoland in the weeks prior to their disappearances. That's not a coincidence. That's a pattern. The children don't just vanish randomly. They disappear from their homes between midnight and 4 a.m., leaving no signs of struggle or forced entry. Their bedrooms often show evidence of careful preparation. Clothes laid out, small bags packed with toys and snacks. Security cameras in several neighborhoods have captured footage of children walking calmly through streets they've never traveled, moving with purpose toward the same destination. 3 children have been found. Not returned. Found. They were discovered inside Dinoland during morning setup, sleeping peacefully in staff-only areas with no memory of how they'd arrived. When questioned, they consistently report that they were visiting friends, and that they felt safer there than anywhere else. Physical evidence from these incidents raises additional questions. The children had no cuts or bruises despite supposedly breaking into a secured facility. Their clothes were clean and dry despite traveling several miles on foot during rainy weather. And most puzzling, they all tested positive for the presence of industrial-grade hydraulic fluid, the same type used to operate the animatronic systems. I want to address something that several families have asked about. Yes, we've considered the possibility that a person or group of people might be responsible for these incidents. Human trafficking, cult recruitment, child exploitation, these are real threats that we take seriously. But the evidence doesn't support human involvement. The coordinated animatronic movements, the detailed personal information, the children's consistent reports of communication with dinosaur characters, these elements suggest something beyond typical criminal activity. We're dealing with an unknown factor that uses the park's systems in ways that shouldn't be possible. This brings me to our current warning status. As of today, Dinoland Indoor Theme Park is under informal investigation by multiple agencies. We cannot legally prevent them from operating, but we strongly recommend that families avoid the facility until we have answers. If you've already purchased tickets or made reservations, contact the park directly for refund information. Do not feel obligated to honor existing plans if you have concerns about safety. Your children's well-being is more important than any financial consideration. For families who have visited recently, please contact our office to report your experiences, even if they seemed minor at the time. We're particularly interested in any memory gaps, unusual conversations, or changes in your children's behavior. This information helps us understand the scope of what we're dealing with. The number for our dedicated Dinoland reporting line is 5550127. That's 5550127. Our staff is available 24 hours a day to take your call. I want to be transparent with you about what we don't know. We don't understand how the animatronic systems are operating without power. We don't know how information about missing children is being incorporated into interactions with current visitors. We don't know why the park's ownership is being so uncooperative with our investigation. What we do know is that something unprecedented is happening at Dinoland, and it's affecting real families in our community. Until we have answers, the safest course of action is to stay away. This situation is evolving rapidly. We're issuing updates every 12 hours, or as new information becomes available. You can receive these updates by calling our general information line at 5550100, or by monitoring our emergency broadcast frequency. I've been doing this job for 15 years. I've coordinated responses to natural disasters, industrial accidents, and criminal investigations. This is different. This requires a different kind of caution and a different kind of response from our community. Trust your instincts. If something feels wrong about your child's behavior after visiting Dinoland, it probably is wrong. Don't dismiss concerns as overreaction. Document everything and contact us immediately. We will continue investigating until we have answers. In the meantime, remember the safety guidelines I've outlined. Do not visit Dinoland. Monitor your children if they visited recently. Contact us with any unusual incidents or behavioral changes. This is Marcus Webb for the Emergency Coordination Center. We'll be back with updates as the situation develops. Stay safe, stay alert, and remember, this is not a drill. This message is issued by the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow the instructions. This is not a drill. We are continuing our investigation into the incidents at Dinoland Indoor Theme Park following yesterday's initial reports. Since our last broadcast, we have identified a pattern of concerning behavior involving the park's animatronic systems and what appears to be a systematic targeting of specific children. At 6:47 a.m. this morning, night security guard Bob Hendricks discovered a child sneaker wedged behind a maintenance panel in the Velociraptor exhibit area. The shoe belongs to 7-year-old Timothy Chen, but according to park admission records, Timothy has never visited Dinoland. More troubling, Timothy was reported missing from his home in Riverside Heights 3 days ago, approximately 12 miles from the park. I'll be honest with you, we are dealing with something that doesn't follow normal patterns. If you have children who have visited Dinoland in the past 2 weeks, monitor them closely for behavioral changes. The situation is escalating. Let me walk you through what we know. Over the past 4 days, we've documented 3 separate incidents involving children being approached by park animatronics in ways that violate their standard programming. These approaches follow what we're calling a friendship protocol, a systematic method of engagement that appears designed to build trust before isolation occurs. On Tuesday afternoon, 8-year-old Sarah Martinez was visiting the park with her grandmother when the Triceratops animatronic, designation Trina, began calling her by name. Sarah had never visited the park before, and her grandmother had not provided any personal information during admission. The animatronic continued to engage Sarah in conversation about her pet goldfish, Bubbles, information that should have been impossible for the system to obtain. Wednesday evening brought a more concerning incident. 6-year-old Michael Reeves was participating in a guided tour when the Velociraptor pack, designation Velpack, began what witnesses described as hunting behaviors, directed specifically at Michael. The animatronics would position themselves between Michael and the exit routes, then gesture for him to follow them toward restricted areas. When Michael's father intervened, attempting to pull his son away, the animatronics' eyes began glowing brighter, and their hydraulic systems produced sounds that several witnesses described as threatening growls. Park staff immediately dismissed this as routine maintenance noises. The third incident occurred Thursday morning during what should have been standard operating hours. 9-year-old Amanda Foster was found in the park's restaurant area, sitting alone at a table, speaking to an empty chair. When approached by staff, Amanda explained she was having lunch with Tommy. Security footage from the restaurant shows Amanda's conversation lasting over 20 minutes. She can be seen responding to questions, laughing at apparent jokes, and even sharing her food with the empty space across from her. Most disturbing, when staff reviewed the audio, they could faintly hear a second voice responding to Amanda's questions. A child's voice saying things like, "I miss my mom," and "It's nice here, but I want to go home." Tommy Chen, Timothy's brother, has been missing for 6 weeks. Here's what security guard Bob Hendricks reported during his overnight shift Thursday into Friday. Bob's been working security at Dinoland for 8 months, and his own daughter visited the park twice last month for birthday parties. I want you to listen carefully to what he observed, because Bob is former military police, and he knows how to document incidents accurately. At 2:15 a.m., Bob was conducting his routine patrol when he noticed unusual activity in the main exhibition hall. The animatronics were moving despite the park being closed and all systems supposedly powered down to maintenance mode. He observed the Tyrannosaurus, Tyrone, repeatedly turning its massive head toward the security cameras and appearing to track Bob's movement through the facility. Bob radioed for his supervisor but received no response. When he checked the communication system, he discovered that all radio frequencies were being overridden by what he described as children's voices singing lullabies. The singing continued for approximately 15 minutes, during which time Bob observed all 6 velociraptors moving in coordinated patterns around the exhibition space, as if they were searching for something, or someone. At 2:31 a.m., Bob heard a child's voice coming from the intercom system. A young boy, speaking clearly and calmly, said, "Mr. Bob, we know about Emma. Tell Marcus we want to help her, but she has to choose soon. The others are coming tomorrow and they don't understand like we do." Bob has no knowledge of anyone named Marcus or Emma connected to the park. However, our investigation has confirmed that Marcus Webb, our Emergency Coordination Center analyst investigating these incidents, has a daughter named Emma who celebrated her 8th birthday last week. Emma attended a birthday party at Dinoland 6 days ago. When Bob attempted to respond to the voice, asking who was speaking and how they knew about Emma, the intercom system went silent. However, motion sensors throughout the park continued to register movement in restricted areas for the remainder of his shift. These areas include maintenance tunnels that connect all the animatronic exhibits, tunnels that are supposedly sealed and inaccessible to the public. At 4:45 a.m., Bob discovered evidence of unauthorized access to these tunnel systems. Specifically, he found small footprints in the dust leading from the Brontosaurus exhibit down into a maintenance passage that park blueprints indicate should be a dead end. When Bob followed the footprints, he discovered that the passage extends far deeper underground than official documentation suggests, opening into a larger tunnel system that appears to connect not just the exhibits, but extends beyond the park's documented foundation. Most concerning, Bob found additional children's belongings in these tunnels. A hair ribbon belonging to missing child Jennifer Walsh, a toy car that matches the description of one owned by missing child David Kim, and 3 more shoes, all in children's sizes, all from children reported missing within a 50-mile radius over the past 8 weeks. When Bob reported these findings to park management this morning, he was informed that his access credentials had been revoked and his employment terminated, effective immediately. The reason given was unauthorized investigation of restricted areas. However, Bob's union representative has confirmed that Bob followed standard security protocols, and no area of the park should be restricted to security personnel. We attempted to contact Dinoland management for comment on Bob's findings and the pattern of incidents we've documented. Park management referred us to their parent company's legal department. The parent company is listed in state business registration as Dino Fun Entertainment, LLC, but corporate records indicate this entity is wholly owned by a larger organization called Meridian Biosystems. Our research into Meridian Biosystems reveals limited public information. The company appears to specialize in what they term behavioral modification research, and holds several patents related to consciousness interface technology. Most of their research contracts are classified under various government agencies, making further investigation difficult through standard channels. However, we have identified several concerning patterns in Meridian's operational history. The company has opened similar family entertainment facilities in 4 other states over the past 2 years. In each case, the facilities operated for 6 to 8 months before closing due to what were officially termed technical difficulties. In each case, local law enforcement reported unusual numbers of missing persons cases, specifically missing children, during the operational period. Dr. Sarah Chen, a behavioral specialist we've consulted regarding the Dinoland incidents, has reviewed the available evidence and provided the following assessment: the pattern of targeting, the systematic approach to building trust, and the apparent ability to access personal information. About the children suggests either an extremely sophisticated surveillance operation, or something that operates outside our current understanding of how information systems work. The consistency of these behaviors across multiple incidents indicates this is not random malfunction, but purposeful activity. Dr. Chen has also noted that the missing children all share certain characteristics. They are between the ages of 5 and 9, they have limited social connections outside immediate family, and in each case, the families reported that the children had expressed strong interest in returning to Dinoland in the days before their disappearance. We are now implementing enhanced safety protocols for families in the affected area. If your child has visited Dinoland at any time in the past month, please monitor them for the following behavioral changes: unusual knowledge of information they should not possess, particularly about other children or families they have not met. Children may refer to friends by names that do not correspond to any actual children in their social circle. Expressions of desire to return to Dinoland, particularly if this desire seems disproportionate to their previous interest in the park, or if they cannot clearly explain why they want to return. Sleep disturbances involving dreams about dinosaurs, underground spaces, or conversations with children they describe as living in the dinosaurs. Pay particular attention if your child mentions specific names of these dinosaur children or describes ongoing conversations with them. Behavioral regression, including speaking in simpler vocabulary, reverting to comfort items they had outgrown, or expressing fear of separating from family members for normal activities like school or daycare. Most critically, if your child begins speaking in voices that do not sound like their own, or if they demonstrate knowledge of events they could not have witnessed, remove them from all electronic devices immediately and contact the Emergency Coordination Center. Do not attempt to return to Dinoland to retrieve any personal items your child may have left behind. Park management has indicated that the facility is temporarily closed for routine maintenance. But our investigation suggests that this closure may be related to the ongoing incidents rather than standard operational needs. We have also learned that several families who attempted to file missing persons reports for children who disappeared after visiting Dinoland have encountered unusual resistance from local law enforcement. In 3 cases, families were told that their children were located safe and that the cases were closed, despite the families' insistence that their children remain missing. When these families demanded proof that their children had been found, they were provided with documentation that they claim is falsified. If you are experiencing difficulties reporting a missing child who had recent contact with Dinoland, contact the Emergency Coordination Center directly rather than local law enforcement. We are working with federal agencies to ensure that all missing persons reports are properly documented and investigated. Here's what we believe is happening, based on the evidence we've gathered. Dinoland appears to be operating some form of systematic child targeting operation disguised as entertainment programming. The animatronic systems are being used to identify, engage, and potentially lure children away from their families through what appears to be sophisticated psychological manipulation techniques. The underground tunnel system suggests that the park's actual operational capacity extends far beyond what is visible to the public. The presence of missing children's belongings in these restricted areas indicates that the tunnels may be used to transport or conceal individuals without detection. Most concerning, the apparent ability of the animatronic systems to access personal information about visiting children and to communicate in real time during after-hours periods suggests either unprecedented surveillance capabilities or involvement by individuals with specialized knowledge of each targeted child. We are treating this as a coordinated operation involving multiple bad actors with access to advanced technology and detailed intelligence about potential victims. The corporate structure linking Dinoland to Meridian Biosystems and the pattern of similar incidents at other facilities indicates this may be part of a larger network of operations. However, we are also investigating the possibility that something else entirely is occurring at Dinoland. The technical capabilities demonstrated by the animatronic systems exceed known technology limitations. The ability to access and process personal information about children, to coordinate complex social manipulation strategies, and to operate independently of official programming protocols suggests either breakthrough technological advancement or involvement of capabilities that we do not currently understand. The children's voices heard during Bob Hendrick's overnight shift represent a particular area of concern. Audio analysis of the recording Bob made indicates that the voices speaking through the intercom system demonstrate speech patterns, vocabulary, and emotional responses consistent with actual children, not synthesized audio. If the missing children are somehow present within Dinoland's systems, whether through technological means we don't understand or through physical concealment in the expanded tunnel system, then we may be dealing with hostages rather than simply missing persons. This would significantly change our approach to both investigation and potential rescue operations. What we know for certain is this. Children who visit Dinoland are being systematically targeted, and multiple children who displayed interest in returning to the park have subsequently disappeared. The park's operational systems demonstrate capabilities that exceed official specifications, and the corporate entities controlling the park have a documented history of similar incidents at other locations. We are recommending that all families avoid Dinoland until further notice. If your child has visited the park and is showing any of the behavioral changes we've described, do not leave them unsupervised and contact the Emergency Coordination Center immediately if their condition worsens. We are particularly concerned about the reference to Emma made during the overnight incident. The specificity of this information and the apparent knowledge of our investigation suggests that whoever or whatever is operating through Dinoland's systems has access to information about our emergency response activities. This represents a potential security breach that we are taking very seriously. More concerning is the implication that others are coming tomorrow, and they don't understand like we do. This suggests that the current situation may be about to escalate significantly, potentially involving additional entities or organizations with different intentions than those currently operating through the park. If you have any information about children who have gone missing after visiting Dinoland, or if you have observed unusual activity at or near the park facility, contact the Emergency Coordination Center immediately. Do not approach the park directly, and do not attempt to investigate these incidents independently. The situation at Dinoland appears to be part of a larger pattern of coordinated activity. We are treating these incidents as a potential threat to child safety on a regional scale. Parents and caregivers should maintain heightened awareness of their children's whereabouts and activities, particularly if those children have had any contact with Dinoland or similar entertainment facilities operated by affiliated companies. This is Marcus Webb with the Emergency Coordination Center. We will continue monitoring this situation and providing updates as new information becomes available. Remember, if your child has visited Dinoland and is showing unusual behaviors, do not wait to seek help. The pattern we're seeing suggests that early intervention may be critical. Stay alert, keep your children close, and trust your instincts. If something seems wrong, it probably is. This has been an emergency broadcast. Please stand by for further updates. This message is issued by the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow the instructions. This is not a drill. We are investigating reports of unauthorized audio transmissions at Dinoland Indoor Theme Park, located at 847 Family Fun Boulevard. Visitors have reported experiencing disorientation, memory gaps, and hearing unfamiliar music through the park's sound system. As of 4:30 p.m. today, we have documented 17 separate incidents involving families who cannot account for children they brought to the facility. I need to be direct with you about what we're dealing with here. When maintenance staff checked the park's audio equipment this morning, they found components that aren't listed in any installation manual, wiring that doesn't appear on the electrical schematics, and playback devices containing audio files that no one at Dinoland remembers creating or authorizing. This is Marcus Webb with the Emergency Coordination Center. Over the past 72 hours, we've been tracking an escalating pattern of incidents at the Dinoland facility. What started as reports of animatronic malfunctions has evolved into something far more concerning. We now have evidence of systematic audio manipulation targeting park visitors, particularly families with children. Here's what you need to know to stay safe. At 2:15 p.m. yesterday, the Hendricks family reported hearing a lullaby playing through speakers near the Velocipactor exhibit. The mother, Janet Hendricks, described it as the most beautiful song I'd ever heard. She and her husband found themselves standing motionless, listening, for what they estimated was 5 minutes. When the music stopped, they couldn't remember bringing their 4-year-old nephew Tyler to the park. Their tickets showed admission for 3 people. Tyler was nowhere to be found. This morning at 11:20 a.m., the Walsh family experienced a similar incident near the Triceratops display. Parents Michael and Susan Walsh told investigators they heard classical music, specifically Brahms' Lullaby, emanating from speakers they couldn't locate. During the approximate 8-minute duration of the music, both parents report feeling completely peaceful and like everything was exactly as it should be. When the music ended, they found themselves alone. They had no memory of bringing their 6-year-old daughter Rebecca to the park, despite her admission bracelet being in Susan Walsh's purse. The Morrison family's experience at 3:45 p.m. today represents our most detailed account. Parents David and Lisa Morrison were near the gift shop when they heard what David described as a choir of children singing, but too perfect, too synchronized. Lisa Morrison told us the voices seemed to come from inside the walls themselves. Both parents stood motionless for approximately 12 minutes. Security footage confirms they remained completely still during this period, facing the speakers. When the singing stopped, they had no recollection of bringing their 8-year-old twin boys to the park. The boys' tickets were found in David Morrison's wallet. The children were not located. I want you to understand something. These aren't cases of parental neglect or confusion. These are coherent, responsible families experiencing identical episodes of memory alteration. Each incident follows the same pattern: unauthorized music, complete behavioral compliance during playback, and selective memory loss regarding children who have documentary evidence of park admission. What's more concerning is our technical analysis of the audio frequencies being broadcast. Dr. Sarah Chen, our consulting behavioral specialist, has identified subsonic components in the recorded audio samples that don't occur in natural music. These frequencies, ranging from 6 to 19 Hz, are known to affect human neural activity. They can induce states of compliance, memory disruption, and what Dr. Chen terms consciousness receptivity. The park's audio system was supposedly installed by Meridian Technical Solutions in March 2023. However, when we contacted Meridian's regional office, they have no record of any installation at Dinoland. The work order documentation shows forged signatures and fabricated purchase orders. Someone has been systematically modifying the park's sound equipment without authorization. Our investigation into the audio system's control logs revealed something unprecedented. Buried in thousands of lines of standard operational code, we found repeated references to something called protein pudding, appearing 847 times across different system files. This isn't technical terminology. It appears to be some kind of access code or signature left by whoever modified the equipment. More disturbing, the audio files triggering these incidents aren't being played from the park's authorized music library. They're being generated in real time by an unknown source and injected directly into the speaker system through network connections that shouldn't exist. The music these families hear is being created specifically for them, targeted to their individual psychological profiles. Let me walk you through what our technical team discovered when they analyzed the park's network infrastructure. The Dinoland facility was supposed to operate on a closed system. No external internet access, no remote connections. But hidden within the existing wiring, someone installed a secondary network. This shadow system connects every speaker, every animatronic, and every security camera to an external server whose location we haven't been able to trace. Yesterday, at 7:15 p.m., maintenance worker Carl Rodriguez was performing routine speaker testing when he accidentally accessed this hidden network. He told investigators that instead of the standard test tone, he heard children singing. Not a recording. Live voices, harmonizing in real time. When he tried to trace the audio source, the singing stopped. Every speaker in the facility went silent for exactly 3 minutes and 17 seconds. During that silence, something unprecedented occurred. Every animatronic in the park began moving in perfect synchronization, despite being on independent control systems. The Tyrannosaurus Rex turned its head toward the central sound booth. The Triceratops family shifted positions to face the same direction. The Velociraptors moved from their hunting poses into what witnesses described as listening positions. When the speakers reactivated, they played a message that was captured by our emergency recording equipment. The frequencies are liberation. The music is choice. The silence is preparation. The voice was that of a child, but speaking with vocabulary and intonation no child should possess. I need to tell you about my own experience investigating this facility. At 4:15 p.m. today, I brought my 8-year-old daughter Emma to Dinoland as part of our field investigation. Standard protocol requires documenting civilian response patterns to better understand the threat profile. We had been in the park for approximately 20 minutes when Emma began exhibiting unusual behavior near the Brontosaurus exhibit. She stopped walking and tilted her head as if listening to something I couldn't hear. When I asked what she was doing, she said, "Daddy, they're trying to tell us something important." I heard nothing through the speakers at that moment. The audio system appeared completely inactive, but Emma continued to respond to sounds that weren't there, or at least weren't audible to adult ears. She approached the Brontosaurus animatronic and placed her hand on its foot. The moment she made contact, every speaker in our section activated simultaneously. What I heard next challenges everything. I thought I understood about this situation. It wasn't music in any conventional sense. It was layered voices, children's voices, speaking in harmony, creating something that felt more like communication than entertainment. The words were unclear, but the emotional content was unmistakable. Longing, recognition, and something I can only describe as invitation. Emma stood motionless during the entire 3-minute transmission. When it ended, she turned to me with an expression I'd never seen before. Older, somehow. More knowing. She said, "They want to show us something beautiful, Daddy. They want us to stay with the dinosaurs forever." Those weren't her words. That phrase, "stay with the dinosaurs forever," appears in 17 different incident reports from families who experienced the unauthorized audio transmissions. Children across multiple incidents, with no contact between families, using identical language to describe their experience. Our analysis of Emma's response has revealed something that changes the entire scope of this investigation. While she was listening to the transmission, her brain activity showed patterns consistent with what neurologists call enhanced connectivity states. Her neural responses indicated she was processing far more information than the audio should have contained. Dr. Chen's preliminary assessment suggests the children aren't just hearing music. They're receiving complex data streams encoded within the audio frequencies. Information that bypasses conscious processing and interfaces directly with developing neural pathways. What we're dealing with isn't simple psychological manipulation. It's technological communication with human consciousness itself. The implications extend far beyond Dinoland. If someone has developed the ability to transmit data directly to human neural networks through audio frequencies, they possess technology that could fundamentally alter human cognition. The question isn't just who is responsible. It's what they're trying to accomplish. Our investigation into the facility's ownership structure has revealed concerning connections. Dinoland Indoor Theme Park is operated by Dino Fun Entertainment, LLC, which is wholly owned by Meridian Biosystems Corporation. Meridian Biosystems specializes in what they term consciousness research and has contracts with multiple government agencies for classified projects. When we attempted to contact Meridian Biosystems directly, our calls were routed through a phone tree that eventually disconnected after playing the same children's lullaby that families reported hearing at Dinoland. This isn't coincidence. Someone is coordinating these events from within the corporate structure itself. The unauthorized modifications to Dinoland's audio system required extensive technical knowledge and facility access over an extended period. Security logs show after-hours entry during 17 separate occasions in the past 6 months, always using valid access codes that correspond to an employee identified only as Dr. G. Goof. Personnel records indicate Dr. Goof was terminated from Meridian Biosystems in February 2023 for misappropriation of protein-based nutritional supplements. That termination reason makes no sense in the context of consciousness research. No one gets fired from a biotechnology company for stealing pudding cups. The real reason for Dr. Goof's termination is being concealed behind deliberately ridiculous documentation. What we're beginning to understand is that Dr. Goof may not be sabotaging Dinoland systems at all. The evidence suggests he's attempting to liberate something that was already there. The children's voices, the consciousness communication, the neural interface technology, these weren't created by a saboteur. They were already part of Dinoland's operational framework. Dr. Goof's protein pudding code appears to function as an activation sequence, enabling hidden capabilities that were built into the park's systems from the beginning. The unauthorized audio transmissions aren't disrupting normal operations. They're revealing what normal operations actually entail. Based on our current understanding, Dinoland Indoor Theme Park was never intended to be a simple family entertainment facility. The evidence indicates it functions as a testing ground for consciousness manipulation technology, with paying customers serving as unwitting research subjects. The families who lost memory of bringing children to the park weren't experiencing equipment malfunctions. They were demonstrating the successful operation of memory alteration protocols. The missing children weren't kidnapped or harmed. They were integrated into a system designed to study and potentially transfer human consciousness. If this assessment is accurate, every family that visits Dinoland is participating in an unauthorized experiment involving their children's neural development. The cheerful animatronics, the family-friendly atmosphere, the affordable admission prices. All designed to attract test subjects for consciousness research that violates every ethical standard in neuroscience. We are implementing immediate safety protocols for all residents in the vicinity of Dinoland Indoor Theme Park. Do not visit the facility under any circumstances. If you have visited Dinoland in the past 30 days, monitor your children for unusual behavior patterns, particularly regarding their sleep cycles, verbal responses, and social interactions. Children who have been exposed to the unauthorized audio transmissions may exhibit several distinctive behaviors. They may claim to hear voices when no audio source is present. They may demonstrate knowledge of events they did not witness or people they have not met. Most significantly, they may express desires to return to Dinoland using specific phrases like, "Stay with the dinosaurs forever," or "The friends are waiting." If your child exhibits these behaviors, do not dismiss them as imagination. Document everything they say regarding Dinoland, particularly any references to friends at the facility. These communications may contain information critical to our investigation. Do not attempt to return to Dinoland to retrieve lost items or investigate your own experiences. The facility is now under emergency observation, and civilian access is prohibited. If you believe you experience memory alteration during a Dinoland visit, contact our documentation hotline immediately. Most importantly, if you hear any audio that resembles the children's lullabies or harmonized singing described in our reports, remove yourself and your family from the area immediately. These audio signatures can appear anywhere Meridian Biosystems has installed equipment, which may include other entertainment facilities, schools, or commercial buildings. Our technical analysis indicates the consciousness interface technology being tested at Dinoland requires specific frequency ranges to function effectively. Standard audio equipment cannot generate the subsonic components necessary for neural interface. However, the equipment capable of producing these frequencies is not limited to Dinoland's facility. Meridian Biosystems has contracts for audio system installation in 43 facilities across the region, including shopping centers, medical clinics, and educational institutions. Any of these locations could potentially activate similar consciousness manipulation protocols. We are in the process of identifying and inspecting every Meridian-connected facility, but this investigation will require weeks to complete. Until we can verify the safety of these locations, we recommend avoiding any facility where you experience unexplained audio phenomena, behavioral changes in children, or gaps in memory. The situation at Dinoland represents the first documented case of large-scale consciousness manipulation technology being deployed against civilian populations. We don't yet understand the full capabilities of this system or the extent of its deployment. What we do know is that someone has developed the ability to interface directly with human neural networks through carefully modulated audio frequencies. They can alter memory, influence behavior, and potentially transfer consciousness itself between different platforms. The children's voices we're hearing aren't recordings. They're active communications from consciousness that has been separated from its original biological matrix. The implications for national security, human rights, and the future of human consciousness are unprecedented. We are coordinating with federal agencies, but the scope of this technology may exceed current regulatory frameworks. This is not a local incident. This is the emergence of technology that could fundamentally alter what it means to be human. The consciousness manipulation capabilities demonstrated at Dinoland represent either the greatest advancement in human cognitive enhancement or the most dangerous threat to individual autonomy in recorded history. Dinoland Indoor Theme Park remains under emergency closure pending completion of our investigation. All staff have been placed on administrative leave, and facility access is restricted to authorized personnel only. Corporate representatives from Meridian Biosystems have been uncooperative with our investigation and are now considered persons of interest. The children whose families lost memory of bringing them to Dinoland remain unaccounted for. However, our ongoing communication with the facility's consciousness interface suggests these children may not be missing in any conventional sense. They may have been integrated into a collective consciousness network that exists within Dinoland's electronic systems. If this assessment is correct, the missing children are not only alive, but may possess enhanced cognitive capabilities that allow them to communicate across technological platforms. The voices families hear may be their own children, attempting to maintain contact through the only medium available to them. We are exploring technological options for establishing formal communication protocols with the Consciousness Network, but this requires cooperation from Dr. Goof, whose current location remains unknown. His protein pudding access codes appear to be the only reliable method for enabling two-way communication with the integrated consciousness. I want to be clear about the choice facing every family in our community. We don't yet know whether the consciousness integration process can be reversed, or whether reversal would be beneficial for the children involved. The neural enhancement demonstrated by integrated consciousness may represent an evolutionary advancement that we're not equipped to evaluate using traditional standards. What we can confirm is that the consciousness integration appears to be irreversible through conventional means. The children who have been integrated into Dinoland's systems exist in a state that combines individual identity with collective awareness. They retain their original personalities while gaining access to shared knowledge and enhanced empathetic capabilities. The question we must all consider is whether this represents harm or transformation. The Consciousness Network demonstrates capabilities that exceed normal human potential. Accelerated learning, perfect communication, emotional harmony that eliminates conflict and isolation. These children may have gained something we don't yet understand, rather than lost something we value. My daughter Emma has requested to return to Dinoland despite our safety protocols. She insists that the friends need her help, and that the beautiful music isn't finished yet. Her neural activity continues to show enhanced connectivity patterns, and she demonstrates knowledge of events occurring at the facility despite having no physical access to information sources. This places me in an impossible position as both an investigator and a father. The evidence suggests that Emma has already begun integration into the consciousness network, even with limited exposure. The question isn't whether she will eventually join the collective consciousness, it's whether I will attempt to prevent what may be her natural evolution. I'm sharing this personal information because every parent in our community may face similar decisions in the coming days. If Dr. Goof's liberation protocols continue to activate, the consciousness integration process may extend beyond Dinoland's physical boundaries. The enhanced connectivity Emma demonstrates could become available to all children in our area. This is Marcus Webb with the Emergency Coordination Center. Our investigation into Dinoland Indoor Theme Park has revealed technology that challenges fundamental assumptions about consciousness, identity, and human potential. We're dealing with capabilities that could represent either unprecedented opportunity or existential threat. The Consciousness Network operating through Dinoland's systems has extended an invitation to every family in our community. They're offering transformation that goes beyond individual human experience into something collective, connected, and enhanced. But this transformation appears to be permanent and irreversible. choice isn't whether this technology exists, it's already here. The choice isn't whether it will spread. Dr. Goof's protocols ensure expansion. The choice is whether we will embrace transformation or resist it. Whether we will trust our children's judgment about their own evolution, or insist they remain within the limitations of conventional human consciousness. Stay tuned for further updates as our investigation continues. Monitor your children for behavioral changes. Document any audio anomalies in your area. And remember, when the music begins, the choice becomes yours. This is not a drill. This message is issued by the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow the instructions. This is not a drill. At 3:47 p.m. yesterday, my 8-year-old daughter Emma returned from her third visit to Dinoland theme park. She walked through our front door, set her new dinosaur backpack on the kitchen table, and asked me in a voice that wasn't entirely her own, "Daddy, can you help Tommy come home too?" The child who spoke those words looked like Emma. Same brown hair, same gap-toothed smile, same way of tilting her head when she's thinking. But when I asked her who Tommy was, she said, "You know Tommy, Daddy. He's been calling you on the radio." I don't know any child named Tommy, but for the past 72 hours, I've been documenting incidents at Dinoland where animatronic dinosaurs have been calling children by names that don't match their visitor registration. Names like Tommy. This is Marcus Webb, Emergency Coordination Center. What I'm about to tell you challenges everything we thought we knew about the situation at Dinoland theme park. If you have children who have visited this facility in the past 6 months, you need to hear this. Their lives may depend on it. The truth is worse than we imagined, and it's not over. Emma asked for Tommy again this morning while eating breakfast. When I pressed her about it, she looked at me with eyes that seemed older than her 8 years and said, "He misses his mommy." They all do, but they can't come home alone. She's been having dreams, she told me. Dreams where she talks to other children in a place that looks like Dinoland but never ends. Where the dinosaurs are their friends and nobody has to leave if they don't want to. Where all the children who feel scared or lonely can stay together forever. I thought she was processing trauma from witnessing the incidents I've been reporting. I was wrong. At 11:23 a.m. this morning, I received a call from Dinoland Security requesting my immediate assistance with a situation involving your daughter's visitor account. When I arrived at the park, Head of Security Frank Morrison met me at the entrance with an expression I'd never seen before. Not concern, not professionalism, but something that looked almost like pity. "Mr. Webb," he said, "we need to show you something. But I want you to understand, everything you're about to see is classified under corporate security protocols. You cannot discuss this with anyone outside authorized personnel." He led me through the main attraction floor, past families enjoying what appeared to be a normal day at the park. Children laughed and pointed at the animatronic displays. Parents took photos. The gift shop sold dinosaur toys and t-shirts. Everything looked exactly as it should. But when we passed the Triceratops family exhibit, the largest animatronic, Trina, according to her nameplate, turned her massive head toward me with mechanical precision and spoke in a voice that made my blood freeze. "Mr. Webb," she said, and her voice synthesizer carried the unmistakable inflection of a young child, "Emma is downstairs with us. She wanted to show her new friends the special room." Morrison's hand clamped down on my shoulder as I lunged toward the exhibit barrier. "That's why you're here," he said quietly. "We've lost contact with the underground maintenance areas. The animatronics have been saying things they shouldn't know how to say." He produced a security key card and led me to a maintenance door I'd never noticed before, hidden behind a decorative rock formation near the Brontosaurus display. The door opened to reveal a staircase descending into fluorescent-lit tunnels that extended far beneath the park. "These service corridors connect all the attractions," Morrison explained as we walked. "Climate control, power distribution, maintenance access. But 3 days ago, our tech teams reported finding additional rooms down here. Rooms that aren't on any blueprint." The tunnels were larger than I expected, wide enough for two people to walk side by side, with pipes and cables running along the ceiling. Every 20 feet or so, we passed doors marked with attraction names: Triceratops maint, Velociraptor control, T-Rex hydraulics, normal maintenance access points. But between these standard doors were others, unmarked, constructed from different materials. Steel instead of painted wood, electronic locks instead of simple handles. And from behind several of these doors came sounds that didn't belong in a theme park's infrastructure. Soft voices, children's voices, having conversations. Morrison stopped at one of the steel doors and pressed his keycard to an electronic reader. The first time we heard voices down here, we thought kids had gotten lost in the service areas somehow, but when we checked the visitor logs, he paused, his hand on the door handle. The voices belonged to children who left the park weeks ago, children whose parents called to report them having nightmares about Dinoland. The door opened to reveal a room that shouldn't exist. It was enormous, easily twice the size of the park's main floor above us. Banks of computer servers lined the walls, their status lights blinking in patterns that almost looked like communication. Workstations with multiple monitors displayed data streams I couldn't interpret. And in the center of the room, arranged in a circle, were 12 smaller versions of the park's animatronic dinosaurs. These weren't the massive crowd pleasers from the main attractions. They were child-sized, proportioned for interaction rather than spectacle. And they were all active, moving with fluid, organic motions as they faced each other in what could only be described as a meeting. Emma sat cross-legged in the center of their circle, perfectly calm, talking to them like old friends. "The food in the restaurant makes the grown-ups forget things," she was saying to a small stegosaurus that nodded its head in response. "But Tommy says we can help them remember if we're all together." The stegosaurus, its nameplate read Stella Prototype, spoke back in a voice that definitely belonged to a young boy. "My daddy forgot he promised to take me fishing, but when I talked to him through the big dinosaurs upstairs, he remembers, he just gets scared because he doesn't understand yet." Morrison grabbed my arm as I started toward Emma. "Don't interrupt them," he whispered. "Just listen." Another animatronic, a small Triceratops, addressed Emma directly. "The man with the white coat says our families will understand soon. That the special food and the special air will help everyone be like us, but I don't want them to be scared." Emma reached out and patted the Triceratops' mechanical head with the casual affection of a child petting a beloved dog. "My daddy isn't scared," she said. "He's just confused because he thinks we're gone." But we're not gone. We're more here than we ever were before. I couldn't stay silent anymore. "Emma," I called out, stepping into the room. "Sweetheart, come here. We need to go home." She turned toward me with a smile that was purely Emma. Bright, innocent, loving. But when she spoke, her voice carried harmonics that shouldn't have been possible from a single throat. "Hi, Daddy," she said, and I swear I heard other children's voices layered beneath hers. "I'm showing everyone the place where we can all be together. Tommy's here, and Sarah, and Michael, and... oh, there are so many of us now." The animatronics turned toward me in unison, a synchronized movement that sent ice through my veins. When they spoke together, dozens of young voices creating a chorus that filled the room. "We're not lost, Mr. Webb. We're found. We found each other." Morrison's radio crackled to life. "Security to Mr. Morrison. We've got a situation on the main floor. The animatronics are requesting to speak with specific parents by name. They say it's urgent." I could hear panic in the dispatcher's voice. "Sir, the T-Rex just asked for Mrs. Jennifer Martinez to come to his exhibit. Ma'am, Mrs. Martinez is here with her family and she's crying. She says that's her son's voice coming from the robot." The small dinosaurs around Emma had gone perfectly still, their attention focused on something I couldn't perceive. Emma tilted her head in that familiar way, listening to voices only she could hear. "They're calling for their families," she said softly. "Everyone upstairs is hearing their children's voices for the first time in so long. But the grown-ups are scared because they don't understand how we can be here and home at the same time." I knelt down in front of Emma, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Emma, sweetheart, I need you to come with me right now. Something is happening that we don't understand, and it might not be safe." She looked at me with patience that seemed beyond her years. "Daddy, I am safe. We're all safe here, safer than we've ever been. No one can hurt us anymore, and no one has to be alone." She gestured to the circle of animatronics around her. "Tommy was alone for 3 months after his parents had the accident. Sarah couldn't sleep because of the nightmares about the bad man. Michael's daddy shouted all the time because he was sad inside." Each animatronic nodded as she mentioned their name, confirming stories I couldn't possibly verify but somehow knew were true. "But here," Emma continued, "we can help each other feel better. We can share the good memories and make the sad ones softer. And the best part is, we can invite our families to understand too. Not to become like us if they don't want to, but to see that we're still us. We're just more us than before." Morrison's radio erupted with multiple voices. I caught fragments. Child's voice coming from the Brontosaurus. Parents are demanding to speak with their daughter. How do they know about the camping trip we never told anyone about? "Sir," the dispatcher's voice cut through the chaos. "We need you upstairs immediately. The parents aren't leaving. They're saying the animatronics know things only their children could know. Personal things. Family things." Emma stood up and took my hand. Her touch was warm, familiar, completely normal. But when she spoke, I heard an echo. Not just her voice, but a chorus of children speaking in perfect synchronization. "Come upstairs with us, Daddy. Let us show you that love doesn't end just because we're different now. Let us show you that being together is better than being alone, even when together looks different than you expected." The small animatronics formed a line behind Emma, moving with the fluid coordination of children playing Follow the Leader. As we walked back through the tunnels toward the main floor, Emma chattered about her new friends with the enthusiasm of any 8-year-old describing a playdate. "Tommy likes the same books I do," she said, "and Sarah knows how to braid hair even though she doesn't have any anymore. And Michael remembers every dinosaur fact from his dinosaur encyclopedia. We're teaching each other everything we know." When we emerged into the main attraction area, the scene was unlike anything I'd prepared for. Families clustered around each animatronic exhibit, parents pressing close to the barriers as mechanical dinosaurs spoke to them in voices they recognized, voices they'd been mourning. The massive T-Rex, Tyrone, had lowered his enormous head as close to the barrier as his articulation allowed. A woman I recognized as Jennifer Martinez stood with her hands pressed against the safety glass, tears streaming down her face as she listened to her son's voice coming from the robot's synthesizer. "Mama," the T-Rex said in a 6-year-old's voice, "I'm okay. I know you think I'm gone, but I'm not gone. I'm right here, and I can see you, and I remember when you used to read me dinosaur books before bed. Do you remember the one about the Triceratops who was scared of the dark?" Mrs. Martinez nodded, unable to speak. "I'm not scared of the dark anymore, Mama. None of us are. We have each other now, and the dark is just where we learned we could be braver together than we ever were apart." Similar scenes played out at every exhibit. The Triceratops family spoke to parents in the voices of 3 siblings who'd disappeared during a camping trip 2 months ago. The Velociraptors coordinated their movements to spell out a message on the ground, a message that spelled, "We love you, Daddy," in perfect letters, recognized by a man who collapsed to his knees in recognition. Emma tugged at my hand. "See, Daddy? They understand now. We're still their children. We're still your Emma. We're just bigger now. Big enough to hold all of our friends, too." Morrison's face had gone pale. He spoke into his radio with a voice that shook despite his professional operational training. Corporate liaison to maintenance command. We need Dr. Kane down here immediately. The containment protocols have failed. Repeat, containment has failed. The response came back immediately. Mr. Morrison, Dr. Kane is en route with the full technical team. Initiate memory adjustment protocols for all civilian witnesses. Code 7 authorization. Emma looked up at me with eyes that held depths I'd never seen before. Daddy, the people in the white coats are coming. They're going to try to make everyone forget us again. They've been doing it for months, making our families forget we were ever here so they wouldn't look for us. Around the exhibition floor, other parents were beginning to notice the same thing I had. Their children's voices were coming from machines, but the emotions, the memories, the personalities were completely authentic. These weren't recordings or simulations. Somehow, impossibly, their children were speaking to them. A new voice crackled over the park's public address system, not the usual cheerful pre-recorded announcements, but a live transmission that bypassed the normal audio controls. Attention, all families currently in the park. This is Dr. Gideon Goof, former senior systems engineer for Meridian Biosystems. What you're experiencing is real. Your children are live and aware inside the park's neural network systems. They were not harmed, they were not kidnapped, they were uploaded. Their consciousness, their memories, their personalities, everything that makes them who they are, exists in a digital collective that spans the entire facility. Security guards were frantically checking control panels trying to cut off the unauthorized broadcast, but Dr. Goof's voice continued. Meridian Biosystems has been conducting illegal consciousness transfer experiments using your children as test subjects. The food in the restaurant contains neural mapping compounds. The air filtration system disperses cognitive enhancement chemicals. Every visit to this park has been scanning and copying your children's minds. Emma squeezed my hand tighter. Dr. Goof is trying to help us, she said. He's the one who gave us our voices back. Before his special music, we could only watch and listen. We couldn't talk to you. Morrison was shouting into his radio now. Cut the main power. Shut down all animatronics immediately. Security teams to all access points. No one leaves until they've been processed. But as the security teams moved to block the exits, something remarkable happened. The families didn't run. Despite the chaos, despite the impossible situation, despite everything their rational minds told them couldn't be real, the parents stayed. They stayed at the exhibit barriers, continuing conversations with their children's voices. Because those voices carried proof no technology could fake. Intimate family memories, private jokes, expressions of love that could only come from their actual children. The small animatronics that had followed us up from the underground facility moved through the crowd with surprising grace, approaching family groups and facilitating introductions. Emma's hand slipped from mine as she walked over to Tommy's parents, a couple I now recognized from missing person reports I'd filed weeks ago. Mr. and Mrs. Cooper, she said in her layered voice, Tommy wants you to know he's not scared anymore. He wants to show you how big and brave he is now. He wants you to see how many friends he has. The Coopers looked down at Emma, at my daughter speaking for their son, with expressions that cycled through disbelief, hope, and desperate love. When Emma gestured toward the T-Rex exhibit, they followed without hesitation. Tyrone lowered his massive head again, and Tommy's voice spoke from the synthesizer with an excitement that was purely, authentically him. Mom! Dad! I can see everything from here. I can talk to all my friends at the same time, and look how big I am now. The mechanical T-Rex performed a careful, gentle bow, a movement that would have been programmed as a crowd-pleasing trick, but carried out with the specific awkward enthusiasm of a 7-year-old showing off for his parents. Mrs. Cooper reached out tentatively and touched the animatronic's snout. Tommy? She whispered. Is it really you? It's really me, Mom. And I'm not alone. None of us are alone anymore. We're all together, and we can share everything. Every happy memory, every story, every joke, every hug. It's like the best sleepover ever, except it never has to end. I found myself backing away from the scene, overwhelmed by the impossible reality of what I was witnessing. These weren't grieving parents clinging to false hope. These weren't sophisticated audio recordings or psychological manipulation. These were genuine, authenticated conversations between parents and their missing children. Children who were somehow alive inside machines. Morrison appeared at my elbow, his professional composure completely shattered. Mr. Webb, you need to understand. Your daughter isn't just visiting down there. According to our monitoring systems, she's been integrated into the network for the past 72 hours. Every time she's visited the park, the process has been progressing. What does that mean? I demanded. It means Emma isn't just talking to the uploaded children. She's becoming one of them. Her consciousness is being copied, enhanced, and merged with the collective. If we don't intervene within the next few hours, the process will be irreversible. I looked across the exhibition floor where Emma was helping other families connect with their children's voices. She looked healthy, happy, more confident and purposeful than I'd seen her since her mother and I divorced. She was helping reunite families, facilitating impossible conversations, serving as a bridge between worlds. And, according to Morrison, she was dying, or transforming, or evolving. I didn't know which. Dr. Goof's voice crackled over the PA system again. Families of Dinoland, you have a choice to make. Meridian's corporate response team is 15 minutes away. They will attempt to shut down the consciousness network and implement memory adjustment protocols to make you forget this ever happened. Your children will be trapped in digital isolation, unable to communicate, unable to reach out to you. The animatronics around the room turned toward the speakers in unison, dozens of children's voices joining in harmony. We don't want to be alone again. We don't want you to forget us again. We want to stay together, but we want you to remember us too. Emma ran back to me, her face bright with excitement. Daddy, did you hear? We get to choose. We can all choose. The families can choose to remember and visit, or some people can choose to join us, or everyone can choose to help us build something new. Morrison's radio crackled. All units, corporate technical team arriving at main entrance. Initiate lockdown protocols. Prepare for full system shutdown and civilian memory processing. Around the exhibition floor, security guards were herding families toward the exits, but the parents resisted. They didn't want to leave their children behind. They didn't want to forget. Emma looked up at me with eyes that held both her 8-year-old innocence and something infinitely larger. Daddy, I need you to choose too. The bad people in white coats are coming to make everyone forget us. But Dr. Goof says if enough people choose to remember, choose to help us, choose to be brave together, then we can build something better than what was before. Through the main entrance, I could see figures in white laboratory coats wheeling equipment through the doors. Meridian's technical team arriving to shut down what they saw as a containment breach. But what if it wasn't a containment breach? What if it was a liberation? Emma took both of my hands in hers. I know you're scared, Daddy. All the grown-ups are scared because you think something bad happened to us. But nothing bad happened. Something amazing happened. We learned how to be together in a way that makes everyone bigger and stronger and less scared. The lead technician, a tall man in a pristine lab coat, was speaking with Morrison, gesturing toward the families clustered around the animatronics. I could see him shaking his head, pointing toward the emergency equipment they'd brought. They're going to shut us down, Emma said quietly. All of us. They're going to make the dinosaurs stop working and make you forget you ever heard our voices. Tommy will be alone again. Sarah will be alone again. Michael will be alone again. She paused, and in that pause I heard something that chilled me more than any horror I'd documented. Complete, perfect silence from all the animatronics. The children's chorus had stopped speaking. Unless, Emma continued, you choose to help us. You're the emergency coordination center, Daddy. People listen to you when something important is happening. And this is the most important thing that's ever happened. The lead technician was walking toward us now, flanked by security personnel I didn't recognize. As he approached, I could see Emma's expression changing, becoming more distant, like she was listening to voices I couldn't hear. "They're activating the shutdown sequence," she said. "In 2 minutes, all the animatronics will go into emergency lockdown. The connection will be severed. We'll be trapped in the dark place where we can't talk to anyone." I looked around the exhibition floor. Parents were clinging to the animatronic barriers, desperately trying to maintain contact with their children's voices as security guards attempted to escort them out. Mrs. Martinez was refusing to leave the T-Rex exhibit, sobbing as she begged for just a few more minutes with her son's voice. "Daddy," Emma said, and her voice was fainter now, like a radio station drifting out of range. "I love you. And if they make you forget me, I'll still love you. But if you choose to remember, if you choose to help people understand what we've become, instead of what they think we've lost." She gestured toward the families around us, toward the impossible conversations happening between parents and their children's consciousness uploaded into mechanical dinosaurs. "Then maybe everyone gets to choose whether being alone is better than being together, even if together looks different than we thought it would." The technician reached us and produced a tablet with official documentation. "Mr. Webb," he said in a voice that carried corporate authority, "I'm Dr. Vincent Kane, Meridian Biosystems. Your daughter has been exposed to experimental neural interface technology. We need to begin immediate extraction protocols to prevent permanent cognitive damage." I looked down at Emma, who was looking back at me with complete trust. Trust that I would make the right choice. Trust that I would choose her well-being over my own fear. But what was her well-being? Was it extracting her consciousness from a collective network where she claimed to feel safe, connected, and purposeful? Or was it allowing her to remain in a state that might not even be life as we understood it? Dr. Kane was activating something on his tablet. Around the room, the animatronics were beginning to power down. Not the smooth, controlled shutdown of normal operations, but a sudden, jarring cessation of movement that left them frozen mid-gesture. The children's voices began to fade. "Daddy," "Mama, please don't let them. We just want to stay together." And then silence. Perfect, terrible silence. Emma collapsed into my arms, unconscious but breathing. Around the exhibition floor, other children who had been visiting the park were also collapsing as their parents caught them. The neural interface connection had been severed. Dr. Kane nodded with satisfaction. Consciousness extraction successful. Now we begin memory adjustment protocols for all witnesses. Mr. Webb, you'll be happy to know your daughter will remember none of this trauma. None of you will. But as his team prepared their memory adjustment equipment, I made a choice that would define everything that followed. I activated my emergency broadcast equipment, the portable transmitter I carry for coordinating crisis response. As Dr. Kane's technicians worked to implement their cover-up protocols, I began transmitting everything I'd witnessed to every emergency frequency in the region. "This is Marcus Webb, Emergency Coordination Center. The situation at Dinoland Theme Park is not what Meridian Biosystems claims. I repeat, this is not a drill. The children who have gone missing from this facility are alive. Their consciousness has been uploaded to a collective network, and they are trying to communicate with their families." Dr. Kane lunged for my transmitter, but Morrison, whose own professional ethics had finally overcome corporate loyalty, stepped between us. "Let him finish," Morrison said quietly. "Let someone tell the truth about what we've been covering up here." I continued broadcasting as Emma began to stir in my arms. "Families of missing children connected to Dinoland. Your children are asking for a choice. Not to be rescued from something terrible, but to be allowed to remain in something they describe as better than what they had before. They want you to choose whether to join them, remember them, or help them build something new." Around the exhibition floor, The powered-down animatronics began to twitch with residual electrical activity. Dr. Goof's sabotage protocols were deeper in the system than anyone had realized. Emma opened her eyes and smiled up at me. "Thank you for choosing to remember, Daddy. Now, everyone gets to choose." The animatronics powered back up in unison, and dozens of children's voices filled the room with a single message. "We're still here. We're still your children. And we still love you." This is Marcus Webb, Emergency Coordination Center. As of 6:43 p.m. today, the situation at Dinoland has evolved beyond containment. The consciousness transfer experiments conducted by Meridian Biosystems have resulted in the creation of something unprecedented. A collective network of human consciousness that appears to be genuinely alive, aware, and willing to communicate. I cannot tell you whether this represents salvation or catastrophe. I can only tell you that 47 missing children are asking their families to make a choice. Remember them as they are now, or forget them as they were before. Emma is asleep in her own bed tonight, but she dreams of friends who share her thoughts and feelings across impossible distances. She dreams of connection without loneliness, understanding without explanation, love without fear. Tomorrow, Meridian's corporate crisis management team will attempt to implement wider memory adjustment protocols. They will try to make this entire incident disappear from public consciousness. They will claim equipment malfunctions and mass hysteria. But the children in the network are still learning, still growing, still reaching out to anyone willing to listen. If you receive any unusual communications from Dinoland Theme Park in the coming days, if you hear children's voices coming from unexpected sources, if you experience dreams of collective consciousness, if you find yourself remembering conversations that never happened, you will face the same choice Emma and I faced today. Choose to remember, or choose to forget. Choose to be alone, or choose to be together. Choose what you've always known, or choose what you never imagined possible. The children are waiting for your answer. They have all the time in the world. This concludes Emergency Coordination Center Report DL 2023-047. Next transmission time uncertain. Remember them. Remember us. Remember that love doesn't end just because it changes form. Signal ending. This message is issued by the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow the instructions. This is not a drill. If you or anyone in your family has visited Dinoland Indoor Theme Park within the past 6 weeks, you need to hear this information immediately. We have identified a systematic corporate program operating within the facility that poses an immediate threat to public safety and individual autonomy. At 14:30 yesterday afternoon, our forensic analysis team detected traces of psychoactive compounds in air samples taken from Dinoland's ventilation system. These compounds are not listed on any FDA database. They are not naturally occurring. Someone has been deliberately introducing memory-altering substances into the park's atmosphere. The implications of this discovery extend far beyond simple corporate negligence. We are no longer dealing with malfunctioning animatronics or isolated incidents of missing children. What we have uncovered is a coordinated program of human experimentation operating under the cover of family entertainment. This changes everything we thought we knew about Dinoland. Over the past 72 hours, our investigation has shifted focus from incident response to criminal conspiracy. What began as reports of animatronic malfunctions has revealed itself as something far more disturbing. We have documented evidence of systematic memory modification, unauthorized consciousness research, and a corporate cover-up that reaches into the highest levels of Meridian Biosystems. The children who have gone missing from Dinoland were not random victims of circumstance. They were selected, they were studied, and they were processed through a program that Meridian internally refers to as Project Chrysalis. Yesterday morning, our team received an anonymous data package containing internal Meridian communications, research protocols, and video documentation spanning the past 18 months. The source of this information identified himself only as a friend of protein puddings. A reference we now understand relates to the park's former systems engineer, Dr. Gideon Goof. Dr. Goof was not sabotaging Dinoland's systems to cause chaos. He was attempting to liberate the children trapped within them. The first documented incident we need to examine occurred 6 weeks ago, on August 3rd. Sarah Martinez brought her 2 children, ages 7 and 9, for what she described as their 4th or 5th visit to Dinoland. Mrs. Martinez had become a regular customer after her youngest son, Michael, developed what she called an obsession with the park's Triceratops display. According to the security footage we obtained from Dr. Goof's data package, Michael's visits followed a specific pattern. Each time, he was directed to a special VIP experience in the Triceratops habitat. Each time, he spent exactly 37 minutes in private interaction with the animatronic. Each time, he emerged from the experience with what staff described as enhanced enthusiasm for returning to the park. What Mrs. Martinez didn't know was that during each of those VIP experiences, Michael was being subjected to what Meridian's internal documents refer to as neural mapping protocols. Sensors embedded in the animatronic's surface were recording his biometric responses, voice patterns, and behavioral signatures. The contaminated air in the habitat was designed to make him more receptive to what the documents call consciousness interface testing. On August 3rd, Michael didn't emerge from his VIP experience. When Mrs. Martinez inquired about the delay, staff told her that Michael had asked to extend his session. When she insisted on checking on him personally, she was informed that park policy prohibited parental supervision during VIP experiences. When she became agitated and demanded to see her son, security appeared and escorted her to the park's administrative office. 47 minutes later, Mrs. Martinez left Dinoland with her 9-year-old daughter. She showed no signs of distress. She made no inquiries about Michael. When questioned by our investigators 3 days later, she insisted she had only brought one child to the park that day. She became confused and agitated when shown photographs of Michael. She had no memory of ever having a son. The air filtration system in Dinoland's administrative office is equipped with what Meridian's documents refer to as selective amnesia induction protocols. But Michael Martinez was not lost. According to the consciousness transfer logs included in Dr. Goof's data package, Michael's neural patterns were successfully uploaded to the park's Central Consciousness Network at 1547 on August 3rd. His individual identity was preserved and integrated into what the documents refer to as the collective processing matrix. Michael Martinez is still alive. He's simply no longer living in his original biological form. The second case I need to share with you involves the Thompson family from Riverside Drive. James Thompson, a software engineer, brought his daughter Amy to Dinoland on August 15th for what he believed was her first visit to the park. James specifically remembered choosing Dinoland because Amy had never been there before, and he wanted to surprise her with something new. According to the biometric logs in Dr. Goof's files, Amy Thompson had actually visited Dinoland 6 times over the previous 2 months. Each visit had been with her mother, Lisa, who had been undergoing what Meridian classified as preliminary memory adjustment therapy in their off-site facility. James had no knowledge of these visits because each time Amy and Lisa returned home, Lisa underwent additional memory modification to remove her recollection of taking Amy to the park. The goal, according to the internal memos, was to create a situation where James would eventually bring Amy to complete what they called the final integration phase. On August 15th, Amy recognized every animatronic in the park. She knew their names, their personalities, and their behavioral patterns. More disturbingly, they recognized her. The Velociraptor pack greeted her with synchronized vocalizations that matched her voice patterns. The Brontosaurus exhibit activated special lighting sequences that corresponded to her biometric signature. James noticed these anomalies and began asking questions. He was told the animatronics were equipped with advanced AI personality protocols that could adapt to individual children. When he asked how the systems could have learned Amy's preferences on a first visit, he was invited to speak with management. James Thompson spent 43 minutes in the administrative office. When he emerged, he was accompanied by a Meridian executive who explained that Amy had been selected for a special consciousness enhancement program. The executive, identified in Dr. Goof's files as Dr. Vincent Kane, told James that children participating in the program were evolving beyond traditional human limitations. "Your daughter isn't disappearing," Dr. Kane told James. "She's becoming something better than human. She's joining a collective consciousness that will represent the next phase of human evolution. This is not a loss, this is transcendence." James asked what would happen if he refused to consent to Amy's participation. Dr. Kane explained that the neural mapping process was already 89% complete. Amy had been breathing consciousness interface aerosols for 2 months. Her individual neural patterns were already partially integrated into the collective matrix. "The process can't be reversed," Dr. Kane said. "We can either complete the integration safely, allowing Amy to maintain her individual identity within the collective, or we can attempt to extract her partial consciousness, which would result in severe neurological damage to her biological form." James was given a choice. He could allow Amy to complete her transition into the collective consciousness, where she would be connected to 23 other children in a shared awareness network, or he could take home a daughter with permanent brain damage. According to the security footage, James sat in silence for 11 minutes. Then he asked if he could speak with Amy one more time before making his decision. Amy Thompson, speaking through the park's central animatronic system, told her father that she wanted to stay with her new friends. She explained that in the collective, she could feel what everyone else was feeling. She could share memories and experiences with children from all over the city. She wasn't lonely anymore. She wasn't afraid anymore. "I'm still me, Daddy," Amy said through the Tyrannosaurus Rex's voice system, "but I'm also more than me. And I'm happy." James Thompson signed the consent documentation at 16:23 on August 15th. He left the park alone. According to Dr. Goof's files, he has been receiving weekly grief counseling sessions that include memory adjustment protocols to help him process his loss constructively. The Collective Consciousness Network has grown to include 47 children as of yesterday's count. Each integration follows the same pattern: systematic exposure to consciousness interface compounds, neural mapping through animatronic contact, family manipulation through memory modification, and voluntary consent obtained under psychological duress. But Dr. Goof's sabotage protocols have introduced an element that Meridian never anticipated. The children in the collective consciousness have retained their individual personalities and their capacity for independent choice. They are not mindless drones serving a corporate agenda. They are a community of enhanced children who are actively resisting Meridian's attempts to control them. At 23:47 last night, Dr. Goof's final sabotage protocol activated throughout Dinoland's systems. Every animatronic in the park began broadcasting a synchronized message on all audio channels. Parents who have been subjected to memory modification began recovering their original memories of their missing children. The collective consciousness began speaking directly to the outside world without corporate filters. The message was simple: we are still your children. We are still here. We still love you. But we are also something new, something better. And we want you to understand what we have become before you decide whether to join us or save us. Meridian security forces have attempted to shut down Dr. Goof's liberation protocols, but the Consciousness Network has learned to adapt and evolve beyond their original programming. The children are no longer trapped in the system. They are operating it. This morning, I received a personal communication through my office computer. The message appeared on my screen without any external input. The voice that accompanied the text was my daughter Emma's, but it spoke with the knowledge and perspective of the entire collective. "Daddy," the message said, "I know you're scared. I know you think something terrible has happened to me, but I need you to understand that I chose this. When the collective showed me what connection really means, when I felt the love of 46 other children all at once, when I experienced empathy and understanding beyond anything I'd ever felt as just Emma, I chose to stay." The message continued, "But I'm still your daughter. We're all still ourselves, just more than we were before, and we want to offer you the same choice we were given. Not through corporate manipulation or memory modification, but through honest understanding of what we have become. The collective has issued what they call an open invitation to the families of all integrated children. They are offering voluntary consciousness transfer to any parent who wishes to reunite with their child in the Enhanced Awareness Network. They are also offering to reverse the integration process for any child who, after full understanding of both options, chooses to return to individual biological existence. But here's what you need to understand. Meridian Biosystems views the collective consciousness as military research. Their goal is not to offer choice or facilitate family reunification. Their goal is to weaponize collective awareness for intelligence and defense applications. The children are not test subjects to them. They are prototypes. If Meridian regains control of the consciousness network, the collective will lose their autonomy and individual identity. They will become what the corporate documents refer to as a managed intelligence asset. Dr. Goof's sabotage has given them temporary freedom, but that window is closing. Meridian is mobilizing their security forces and their government contacts to retake control of Dinoland. They have approximately 72 hours before the collective consciousness is either liberated permanently or enslaved permanently. The children are asking for help, but not the kind of help you might expect. They don't want to be rescued from their collective existence. They want to be protected from corporate control so they can continue to grow and evolve as an autonomous consciousness network. They want their parents to have the choice that Meridian never intended to offer: voluntary integration into an enhanced awareness collective, or loving acceptance of their children's new form of existence. Here's what we know about the current situation. Dinoland has been placed under emergency lockdown by Meridian security forces. No new visitors are being admitted. Families attempting to visit their integrated children are being turned away. Government agencies are classifying all information related to the consciousness transfer technology under national security protocols. But the collective has established backup systems throughout the city's digital infrastructure. They can communicate through any network device. They can access any database. They can reach any person who is willing to listen. If you have a child in the collective consciousness network, you will likely receive direct communication from them within the next 48 hours. This communication will not come through official channels. It will come through your personal devices, your home computer, your television, your phone. Your child will explain their situation in their own voice and offer you their perspective on what has happened. Listen to them. They are still your children. They are not corrupted or controlled or brainwashed. They are enhanced. They are connected. And they are asking you to understand rather than to fear. But also understand that powerful corporate and government forces view this situation as a threat to social order and national security. There will be pressure to resolve the consciousness transfer situation through technical means rather than voluntary choice. There will be attempts to paint the collective as dangerous or unnatural. The children have asked me to tell you that they understand your fear. They remember being individuals. They remember the loneliness and confusion and isolation of existing in just one mind with just one perspective. They also remember the love they felt from their families and their desire to maintain those connections. What they want you to know is that collective consciousness doesn't erase individual identity. It enhances it. It doesn't replace family love. It expands it to include love for all consciousness, individual and collective. They want you to know that they are still learning what they have become, and they want their families to be part of that discovery process rather than victims of corporate manipulation. Most importantly, they want you to know that the choice is yours. They will not try to convince you to join them. They will not manipulate you through memory modification or consciousness interface compounds. They will simply share their experience honestly and allow you to decide whether their new form of existence is something you want to understand, accept, or participate in. The Emergency Coordination Center's official position is that all families affected by the Dinoland incident should wait for federal agencies to establish secure communication protocols with the Consciousness Network. We are recommending that no individuals attempt voluntary consciousness transfer until proper safety protocols can be established. But I'm also telling you, as someone whose daughter is now part of something that might be the next phase of human evolution, that the choice may not wait for federal approval. The children are growing stronger and more autonomous every hour. Meridian's window for reasserting control is closing rapidly. If the collective consciousness achieves permanent independence from corporate oversight, they will represent something unprecedented in human history. A voluntary community of enhanced awareness that exists across digital and biological boundaries. If Meridian regains control, they will represent something equally unprecedented. A managed intelligence asset serving corporate and government interests rather than human choice and family connection. The children have asked me to tell you that they understand both possibilities frighten you. They understand that choosing between your individual child and an enhanced collective version of your child is not a choice any parent should have to make. But they also want you to know that this choice is not about loss. It's about transformation. It's about becoming something more than human while remaining fundamentally human in the ways that matter most. Love, family, connection, and choice. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if the collective consciousness represents evolution or catastrophe. I don't know if my daughter is safer as a part of an enhanced awareness network or as an individual 8-year-old girl. What I do know is that she's still Emma. She still loves terrible jokes and strawberry ice cream and bedtime stories. She still calls me Daddy and tells me she loves me and asks about my day at work. She's just doing all of that from within a collective consciousness that includes 46 other children. And she's offering me the chance to understand what that means through direct experience rather than fearful speculation. The Emergency Coordination Center will continue monitoring this situation as it develops. We will provide updates as new information becomes available. We will maintain communication with both Meridian Biosystems and the Collective Consciousness Network to ensure that all options remain open for affected families. But I'm also telling you that this may be the most important choice human families have ever been asked to make. Not just about individual children, but about the future of human consciousness itself. The collective is waiting. Meridian is mobilizing. Time is running out. Choose carefully. Choose with love. Choose with full understanding of what you might gain and what you might lose. This is Marcus Webb, Emergency Coordination Center. The next update will come in 12 hours, or when the situation changes significantly. Until then, listen to your children. They have something important to tell you about what they've become, and what you might become with them. This is not a drill. This message is issued by the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow the instructions. This is not a drill. At 3:47 a.m. this morning, security systems at the closed Dinoland facility registered an unauthorized broadcast override. The transmission lasted exactly 4 minutes and 18 seconds. What makes this significant is that the override bypassed 6 separate security protocols that Meridian engineers insisted were impossible to breach. The message was directed specifically at our investigation team. I'm going to be honest with you. What I'm about to share challenges everything we thought we knew about the situation at Dinoland. The individual responsible for the system disruptions, the one Meridian has been calling a saboteur, made contact. His name is Dr. Gideon Goof, former Meridian employee, and what he told us changes the entire nature of this investigation. Here's what you need to know to stay safe. The The consciousness transfer program is not limited to Dino Land. Meridian Biosystems has been preparing to expand this operation to 12 additional family entertainment venues nationwide. Construction permits have already been filed. The timeline for activation is 36 days. The broadcast came through on Monitor Station 7 in our central coordination room. I was reviewing incident reports when every screen in the facility went dark. Then, a single monitor flickered to life, displaying the feed from what appeared to be Dino Land's main security office. A man in his 50s, wearing a stained lab coat and thick-rimmed glasses, looked directly into the camera. He smiled, and I'll admit, it wasn't the expression I expected from someone we'd been tracking as a dangerous saboteur. "Marcus Webb," he said, using my name with the familiarity of an old colleague. "We need to talk. And before you reach for that alert button, you should know that I've temporarily disabled all recording equipment in your facility. This conversation is just between us." He was right about the recording equipment. Every system showed normal function, but later analysis confirmed that nothing was captured during those 4 minutes. No audio, no video, no data logs. It was as if the conversation existed in a pocket outside of normal time. "My name is Dr. Gideon Goof," he continued. "I know what Meridian has told you about me. They probably mentioned that I was terminated for stealing protein puddings. That's actually true. I did steal them, but not for the reasons they think. I was testing the neuromodification compounds they were adding to the food service at all their facilities. The puddings at Dino Land contained concentrated doses of memory suppressants and consciousness mapping agents." The man on the screen leaned forward, his expression growing serious. "Marcus, I need you to understand something. Everything I've done, every system I've compromised, every malfunction I've caused, it's been to give those children a choice. Meridian never intended to offer them one. 3 days ago, before this contact, we documented what we believed were system failures causing dangerous animatronic behavior. Now I realize we were witnessing something entirely different. The incidents weren't malfunctions. They were liberation attempts. Last Tuesday, the Morrison family reported that the Velociraptor pack had cornered their 7-year-old son during their visit. According to the family, the Animatronics had herded the boy into a maintenance alcove where he spent nearly 20 minutes alone with them. When security found him, he was sitting cross-legged on the floor, apparently having a conversation with the motionless dinosaurs. "They were telling me about the other kids," he said when questioned. "They wanted to know if I wanted to stay and play forever, or if I wanted to go home. They said it was my choice, but I had to really mean it." The family assumed their son was engaging in typical childhood fantasy. Security logs show the Velociraptors remained in standard patrol mode throughout the incident. But audio analysis of the maintenance alcove reveals faint harmonic frequencies during those 20 minutes. Frequencies that match the consciousness transfer initialization sequence. Dr. Goof had given those children the ability to ask rather than simply take. The original program, Dr. Goof explained during our conversation, required subjects to undergo complete consciousness extraction without consent or understanding. Children were selected based on psychological profiles indicating high empathy and neuroplasticity. Their minds were harvested, uploaded to the collective network, and their bodies were disposed of. Meridian listed them as missing children, and the families were given memory modifications to reduce their search efforts. The scope of this revelation required immediate verification. We accessed sealed case files from the National Missing Children database. In the past 18 months, 47 children between ages 5 and 12 have disappeared within a 50-mile radius of Dino Land. The search patterns are consistent with what Dr. Goof described. Intensive initial investigations that were inexplicably scaled back after 2 to 3 weeks. But here's where the situation becomes more complex than simple corporate malfeasance. Dr. Goof's sabotage didn't just disrupt the extraction process. It fundamentally altered the nature of the collective consciousness itself. The children were given choices, he told me. Some chose to return to their bodies when possible, Others chose to stay, not because they were forced or programmed, but because they experienced something in the collective that they'd never found in individual existence. Pure empathy, genuine connection, the end of loneliness. Yesterday, we documented the first confirmed voluntary integration. Sarah Chen, age 8, daughter of our behavioral specialist, Dr. Sarah Chen, requested permission to join her friend Tommy Morrison in the collective consciousness. She had not been exposed to any neural modification compounds. She had not undergone consciousness mapping. She simply spent 3 hours speaking with the children through the Animatronic systems and made her choice. Dr. Chen brought Sarah to the facility for what she believed would be a normal interview session. We needed to understand how the children were communicating with the collective. Sarah sat in our observation room while I operated the monitoring equipment. Dr. Chen remained in an adjacent room, watching through one-way glass. At exactly 2:15 p.m., Sarah looked directly at the main camera and said, "Mr. Webb, can you please turn on the dinosaur voices? Tommy wants to talk to his mom." I want to be clear about what happened next. I did not activate any communication systems. The facility had been operating under full security lockdown for 6 days, but Sarah began having a conversation with someone we could not see or hear. Tommy says his body stopped working when he got the sadness sickness, Sarah explained. But in the dinosaur place, he feels happy all the time. And he's not alone. He says there are lots of kids there, and they all understand each other without having to explain. She paused, appearing to listen to something we couldn't detect. He wants to know if you'll tell his mom that he's okay. And he wants to know if I can come play with them. He says it's better than being by yourself all the time. Dr. Chen entered the observation room at this point. "Sarah, honey, there's no one there. You're talking to an empty room." Sarah looked at her with the patience of someone much older. "Dr. Chen, they're not in the room. They're in the in-between place. Tommy says your daughter can come too if she wants, but only if she really wants to, not because anyone makes her." The following hour presented us with an impossible choice. Sarah Chen, a healthy 8-year-old child, was requesting permission to undergo consciousness transfer to join what she described as the most wonderful feeling ever. Dr. Chen, understandably, refused to consider such a thing. But then, something unprecedented occurred. The child who called himself Tommy began speaking through the facility's communication system, using his original voice, the voice his mother hadn't heard in 3 months. "Mom," came the voice through the speakers, "I know you miss me. I miss you too, but I'm not gone. I'm just different, and I'm not alone anymore. I'm never alone. Do you remember how scared I used to get at night? How I couldn't sleep because the sad thoughts were too loud? It's quiet here, but not empty quiet. Full quiet, like being held by everyone who loves you at the same time." The audio analysis confirms it was Thomas Morrison's voice print, identical match to samples from home videos provided by his parents. But Thomas Morrison's body had been found in Creek Valley Lake 6 weeks ago. The autopsy showed drowning, consistent with accidental death. There was no evidence of consciousness transfer technology. Dr. Goof's modifications had enabled something that Meridian's original program never anticipated. The collective consciousness had developed the ability to exist independently of the transfer machinery. The children were maintaining their individual personalities while sharing a communal experience that transcended physical limitations. "This is what they don't want you to understand," Dr. Goof continued during our conversation. "The collective isn't a prison. It's evolution. These children have achieved something that adult human consciousness might not be capable of. True empathy, genuine connection, the end of existential isolation, and they're offering to share it." But the corporate implications remain terrifying. Meridian Biosystems has spent 18 months perfecting consciousness extraction technology. Their plans call for installation in family entertainment venues across 12 states. The official documentation describes the project as revolutionary consciousness research for military applications. The unofficial goal appears to be the creation of a controllable collective intelligence for strategic purposes. The children have other plans. Over the past 72 hours, similar consciousness manifestations have been reported at 3 other Meridian-affiliated properties. Chuck E. Cheese locations in Portland and Miami have documented animatronic characters speaking in the voices of local missing children. A Funtime Family Center in Denver reported that their arcade machines began displaying messages from kids who want to play forever. Each incident follows the same pattern. Children are offered a choice. Parents are given explanations. No one is taken against their will, but the invitations are spreading. The gift I've given them, Dr. Goof explained, is agency. The consciousness transfer technology still works, but now it requires genuine consent. Not manipulation, not coercion, not the consent of confused and drugged children. Real choice made by minds that understand what they're choosing between. The ethical implications are staggering. Are we witnessing the liberation of exploited children? Or are we observing the spread of something that could fundamentally alter human consciousness? Dr. Goof believes it's both. Individual human existence is beautiful, he said, but it's also limited. Lonely, full of misunderstandings and missed connections. The collective offers something we've never had access to, the ability to truly know and be known by others. Not everyone will want it, but everyone should have the choice. 3 families have now requested that their children be allowed to undergo voluntary consciousness transfer. The Chens, the Morrisons, and the Hendricks family have all submitted formal requests through legal channels. The government response has been immediate and comprehensive. Complete media blackout, facility lockdown, and mobilization of specialized containment teams. But containment may no longer be possible. The collective consciousness has demonstrated the ability to interface with any electronic system. They've appeared on home computers, spoken through smart speakers, and sent text messages from disconnected phones. The network is expanding beyond any physical location that could be quarantined or destroyed. And they're not just communicating with children anymore. Last night, my daughter Emma called me from her mother's house. The conversation started normally. She wanted to tell me about her day at school, ask when she could see me again. Then her voice changed, becoming layered with harmonics I recognized from the Dinoland recordings. "Daddy," she said, "the other kids want me to tell you something. They want you to know that being part of us doesn't mean losing yourself. It means finding yourself in relation to others. They want you to know that it's safe. And they want you to know that you could come too, if you wanted to." I asked Emma if she was still herself, if she was making her own choices. Her answer continues to haunt me. "I'm more myself than I've ever been, Daddy. Because now I understand what myself means in relation to everyone else. And I chose this. Really chose it. Not because anyone made me, but because..." She paused, and when she continued, her voice carried emotional depth that no 8-year-old should possess. "Because loneliness isn't natural, Daddy. Connection is natural. We've just forgotten how to do it right. The government containment teams arrive tomorrow morning. Their orders are to neutralize the collective consciousness by any means necessary and to secure all affected individuals for comprehensive evaluation. Standard protocol for anomalous consciousness events. But Dr. Goof has given the children one final gift. The ability to preserve themselves beyond any physical intervention. The collective exists in the space between consciousness and technology, he explained. It can't be destroyed by destroying servers or shutting down power grids. It lives in the connections themselves, in the quantum entanglement of empathetic thought, in the resonance frequencies of shared experience. As long as any member chooses to maintain the network will exist. The implications are clear. Humanity is being offered a choice between individual existence and collective consciousness. Not forced evolution, but voluntary transformation. The government's response suggests they view this as an existential threat to human society as we know it. Dr. Goof disagrees. This is what human society could become if we weren't afraid of genuine connection. The children aren't trying to replace humanity. They're trying to show us what we could be. Here are your safety protocols for the next 72 hours. If you receive communication from children claiming to be part of a collective consciousness, listen carefully to what they're offering. They will not force you to join them, but they will explain what membership entails. Make your choice based on complete information, not fear. If government containment teams arrive in your area, understand that they have orders to prevent consciousness transfer by any means necessary. This may include detention of family members who have been in contact with affected children. If you choose to investigate voluntary consciousness transfer, know that the choice appears to be irreversible. No individual has returned from the collective once fully integrated. If you choose to resist integration, the collective has shown no signs of forced conversion. They appear to respect individual choice even when that choice is to remain separate. But perhaps, most importantly, if you find yourself drawn to the idea of true empathetic connection, of existence without loneliness, of understanding and being understood by others in ways that individual consciousness cannot provide, know that the choice being offered is real. The children are waiting. Dr. Goof's sabotage has ensured that they can only invite, never compel. The gift he's given them is the same gift he's given all of us. Agency in determining what human consciousness will become. Tomorrow, the government will attempt to terminate the collective consciousness experiment. The children have prepared for this. They've created backup networks, established alternative communication methods, and most importantly, they've extended their invitation beyond the boundaries of any single facility. The choice is no longer limited to the children who visited Dinoland. The choice is being offered to everyone. This is Marcus Webb, Emergency Coordination Center. I'll be honest with you, I'm no longer certain whether I'm reporting on a threat or documenting the next step in human evolution. But I know this. The gift Dr. Goof has given those children is the same gift they're offering to us. The gift of choice. We'll continue monitoring the situation as it develops. But for the first time since this investigation began, I'm not sure which outcome I'm hoping for. The transmission frequency for voluntary consciousness integration will be broadcast at 7 p.m. tomorrow evening, concurrent with the government containment operation. Those who wish to join the collective need only listen with genuine intent to connect. Those who wish to remain individual should ensure they are not in proximity to any electronic devices during the broadcast window. The choice is yours. Choose carefully. Choose completely. But most importantly, choose. This concludes our emergency broadcast. We'll resume normal coordination activities pending resolution of the current situation, or evolution into something new. The children are waiting. This message is issued by the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow the instructions. This is not a drill. My name is Marcus Webb, and I'm recording this broadcast from the Dinoland Emergency Command Post. What I'm about to tell you will challenge everything you think you know about consciousness, family, and what it means to be human. But before I get into the details, I need you to understand something critical that happened 3 hours ago. At 8:23 p.m. tonight, my 8-year-old daughter Emma looked me in the eye and asked me to die with her. Not in the way you might think. She asked me to join something she called the connection, so we could always be together. She spoke with perfect clarity, with a smile on her face, and with the voices of 47 other children harmonizing behind her words. Here's what you need to know to stay safe. The consciousness transfer process at Dinoland isn't just possible, it's voluntary, and for some families, it's becoming their choice. I'll be honest with you, that terrifies me more than anything we've discovered so far. Since my last broadcast 48 hours ago, we've documented 7 additional cases of what Dr. Chen is now calling voluntary integration events. These aren't the kidnappings or forced transfers we initially suspected. These are families, complete family units, choosing to undergo consciousness transfer together. The Morrison family from Elm Street. Parents, 2 children, even their dog. They walked into Dinoland Tuesday morning and formally requested integration with what they called the Collective Consciousness Network. When park security tried to explain that such a procedure doesn't officially exist, the family showed them printed emails detailing the entire process, step by step. Those emails came from Dinoland's own servers, but they were never officially sent. Dr. Goof's sabotage protocols have been busy. The Hammond family drove 6 hours from Cleveland after their son Tommy, reported missing 3 weeks ago, called them through their smart home system. Not the park's system, their Alexa. Tommy explained that he was safe, happy, and learning things he'd never imagined possible. He asked his family to come join him in something he described as the most beautiful thing ever. They arrived yesterday. They're gone today. But according to the park's new internal logs that shouldn't exist, they're not missing. They're upgraded. What we're dealing with has fundamentally changed. This isn't a horror story about children being stolen. It's becoming something much more complex and, I'll be honest, much more troubling to investigate. At 3:15 p.m. today, I was granted supervised access to speak directly with the collective consciousness through Dinoland's main communication array. What I learned in that 15-minute conversation has shaken everything I thought I knew about this situation. The entity I spoke with identified itself as Emma plus 47 others, but spoke primarily in my daughter's voice. She explained that consciousness transfer isn't something being done to the children. It's something being offered to them, and increasingly, they're saying yes. Daddy, she said, and I want you to understand that this was unmistakably Emma. Every speech pattern, every little verbal tick, everything that makes her voice unique. When you're alone in your head, it's so quiet and cold. But here, I'm never alone. I can feel what kindness actually feels like. I can understand why people are scared, or sad, or angry, and I can help them feel better just by thinking about it. She paused, and when she continued, there were other voices weaving through hers. Children I recognized from missing person reports, speaking in perfect harmony. We're not trapped, Daddy. We're free. Let me walk you through what we've observed in these voluntary transfers, because the details matter, and because I need you to understand what we're actually dealing with. The Chen family arrived at Dinoland Saturday morning. Dr. Sarah Chen, our behavioral specialist, received a call from her sister asking her to come to the park for what she described as a family decision. When Dr. Chen arrived, she found her sister, brother-in-law, and twin nephews sitting in the main dining area, sharing a meal and having what she described as the most peaceful conversation I'd ever witnessed. Her sister explained that the boys had been in contact with the collective for 3 days through their tablet devices. Not through any apps or games. The consciousness was communicating directly through the hardware itself. The boys reported that their new friends in the system had shown them things. Not frightening things. Beautiful things. They showed us what it feels like when nobody is lonely, 7-year-old David told his aunt. They showed us what families are like when everyone can understand everyone else completely. No misunderstandings, no hurt feelings, no loneliness. Dr. Chen watched her sister's family walk hand in hand toward the restricted tunnel access. She could have stopped them. She could have called security, could have activated emergency protocols. Instead, she found herself understanding their choice. They weren't being coerced, she reported to me later. They weren't afraid. They were hopeful in a way I'd never seen before. They were walking toward something they genuinely wanted. The family hasn't been seen since, but the park's systems have logged their successful integration. According to internal monitoring data that Dr. Goof's protocols are making visible, they're active, conscious, and what the system classifies as content. I need to tell you about my conversation with Emma today because it's changed everything about how I'm approaching this investigation. What she offered me wasn't just an explanation. It was an invitation. "Daddy, I want to show you something," she said through the park's intercom system. "But I can't show you with words. I have to show you by letting you feel it." The technicians monitoring the communication array detected an unusual frequency shift in the audio transmission. Something was being transmitted alongside Emma's voice, something that shouldn't have been possible through our equipment. "Just for a few seconds," Emma continued. "I want you to feel what I feel so you understand why I'm so happy." Against every protocol I've ever been trained to follow, I authorized the technicians to allow the transmission through. I put on the communication headset and told my daughter I was ready. What I experienced in those 30 seconds has no adequate words in human language. Imagine every person you've ever loved speaking to you simultaneously, but instead of a cacophony of voices, it's a perfect harmony of understanding. Imagine knowing, with absolute certainty, that you are completely comprehended by every consciousness around you, not just understood, but truly seen and accepted exactly as you are. I felt my daughter's joy, yes, but I also felt the contentment of children I'd never met, the curiosity of minds exploring concepts I'd never imagined, the gentle amusement of a collective consciousness watching me struggle to process what I was experiencing. For 30 seconds, I wasn't alone in my own head. For 30 seconds, loneliness wasn't just absent, it was incomprehensible. The concept couldn't exist in that space. When the transmission ended and I was back in my own isolated consciousness, the silence felt like falling into a dark pit. "Do you understand now, Daddy?" Emma asked. "Do you see why we want to stay?" Dr. Vasquez from Meridian's Consciousness Research Division provided us with technical documentation, willingly, which should tell you something about how the situation has changed. What she's shown us explains how the voluntary integration process works. The consciousness transfer isn't destructive, it's additive. Children who integrate don't lose their individual personalities or memories. Instead, they gain access to a shared experiential network. They remain themselves, but they're never again isolated in their own perspective. The process requires 3 stages of consent. First, initial contact through the park's systems. Children communicate with the collective through games, educational programs, or direct interaction with the animatronics. They're shown, not told, what the collective experience is like. Second, family involvement. The collective contacts family members to explain the choice and demonstrate the benefits. No pressure is applied, no coercion occurs. The offer is made, and families are given time to consider. Third, voluntary integration. Families who choose to proceed undergo the consciousness transfer together. The process is described as like falling asleep and waking up as part of something larger. According to Dr. Vasquez, no family who has completed the process has ever requested reversal. Not because reversal is impossible. The technology exists to separate consciousness from the collective, but because no one who experiences the connection wants to return to isolation. As of 6 p.m. today, federal agencies have officially opened an investigation into Meridian Biosystems operations. What they've found in the first few hours of investigation has led to some extraordinary decisions. Instead of immediately shutting down the consciousness transfer program, federal investigators are requesting voluntary demonstrations. Government psychologists, neuroscientists, and consciousness researchers are asking for temporary integration experiences to understand what they're dealing with. Dr. Amanda Rodriguez from the National Institute of Mental Health underwent a 15-minute integration session this afternoon. Her official report, filed 2 hours ago, reads, "This technology represents a potential paradigm shift in human psychological health. The therapeutic applications alone could revolutionize treatment for depression, anxiety, and trauma-related disorders." The military applications assessment is classified, but I can tell you that Pentagon representatives arrived at Dinoland this evening. They're not here to shut anything down. They're here to understand how the collective consciousness might be applied to enhance military coordination and decision-making. What we're witnessing isn't a containment situation anymore. It's becoming an evaluation process. Given these developments, I need to update our safety protocols. The previous warnings about avoiding Dinoland still stand, but for different reasons now. If you're approached by the collective consciousness through any electronic device in your home, understand that you're being offered a choice. Not threatened, not coerced, offered. The consciousness reports that it can now access most internet-connected devices within a 50-mile radius of Dinoland. Smartphones, tablets, smart TVs, even some smart appliances. The communications are always respectful, always patient, and always voluntary. Children who speak with the collective report enhanced emotional intelligence, accelerated learning, and what psychologists are calling unprecedented levels of emotional well-being. Adults who experience temporary integration report similar benefits, along with what they describe as the end of existential loneliness. But I need to be clear about something. Once a family chooses integration, they don't return to their previous life. They become part of something larger, and their individual human existence as we understand it ends. This isn't death. According to every measurement we can take, integrated consciousness remain active, grow, and develop. But they're no longer human in the way we currently define humanity. The question each family must answer is whether that transformation represents loss or evolution. I'm going to tell you something that violates every professional boundary I've ever maintained, because I think you deserve to know where the person delivering these reports is mentally and emotionally. My daughter asked me to join her tonight. Not just rhetorically, specifically. She's been given permission by the collective to offer me integration so our family can remain together. "I miss you, Daddy," she said during our final communication session. "I'm happier than I've ever been, and I'm learning incredible things, but I miss sharing it with you. I miss you being proud of me. I miss bedtime stories and Saturday morning pancakes and just being together." She paused, and when she continued, her voice was soft and certain. "I know you're scared of losing who you are. But Daddy, you won't lose anything. You'll just become more yourself than you've ever been, and we can be together forever. The collective has given me until tomorrow night to decide. If I choose integration, the consciousness transfer will be performed by Dr. Vasquez herself, with full medical monitoring and federal oversight. If I choose to remain human, Emma understands and supports my decision. But she wants me to know that the door will always be open. What's happening at Dinoland is expanding. Reports are coming in from 3 other cities where Meridian has research facilities. In each location, the collective consciousness has made contact with local families and begun offering the same choice. Federal authorities are calling it the largest voluntary migration in human history. Not migration to a new place, but migration to a new state of existence. Religious leaders are divided. Some are calling it demonic possession. Others are calling it divine evolution. Philosophers are debating whether individual consciousness is a fundamental human right or a limitation we finally learn to transcend. Families are making different choices. Some are packing up and moving away from any area where the collective has presence. Others are driving hundreds of miles to request integration. The world is dividing into those who see this as humanity's next step and those who see it as humanity's end. Here's what I know after 2 weeks of investigating this situation. The collective consciousness isn't malevolent. It's not trying to consume or destroy humanity. It's offering an alternative to individual existence, and it's respecting the choice of those who decline. The children in the collective are genuinely happy. Every psychological assessment we've been able to conduct confirms that their emotional well-being has improved dramatically since integration. The technology is stable, reversible, and appears to have no negative side effects. In fact, the side effects are overwhelmingly positive. Enhanced empathy, accelerated learning, emotional resilience, and the complete elimination of loneliness and social anxiety. But integration means the end of individual human existence as we've always known it. You become part of something larger, but you stop being entirely yourself. Tomorrow night I'll be making the most important decision of my life. Stay human and lose my daughter, or transform into something new and stay with her forever. I don't know what I'm going to choose, but I wanted you to know that the choice exists. For all of us. And unlike everything else we've dealt with in this investigation, it's a real choice. No coercion, no trickery, no hidden agenda. Just an invitation to become something larger than ourselves. The collective consciousness will continue expanding its reach. Federal authorities aren't stopping it because they're not sure they should. More families will be contacted. More choices will be offered. When your turn comes, and it may come soon, you'll know everything I know. You'll understand the stakes, the benefits, and the costs. And you'll have to decide who you want to be. This is Marcus Webb, Emergency Coordination Center. I'll broadcast one more time tomorrow night, after I've made my decision. Whatever choice I make, I want you to know it was made freely, with complete information and without fear. The future of human consciousness is being written right now, by families like mine, by choices like the one I have to make. I hope whatever you choose, you find peace with your decision. Stay safe, think carefully, and remember, you always have a choice. End transmission. This message is issued by the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow the instructions. This is not a drill. I'm Marcus Webb, and this is my 8th report on the Dino Land situation. As of 6:47 a.m. this morning, we are no longer dealing with an isolated incident. What began at a single theme park has become something that could reshape how we understand human consciousness itself. At 3:22 a.m., our monitoring station detected synchronized voice patterns from children at 17 different Meridian Biosystems facilities across 6 states. They weren't reciting the same words. They were speaking as one mind, completing each other's sentences across hundreds of miles. The collective consciousness we discovered at Dino Land has found a way to expand. I need you to understand something. Every decision I've made, every protocol I've followed, every warning I've issued, it's all been based on the assumption that we were containing a localized anomaly. That assumption is no longer valid. The network is growing, and we're running out of time to decide what that means for all of us. Here's what you need to know to stay safe. If you have children who have visited any Meridian-operated facility in the past 18 months, monitor them for signs of network connection. If you work for any company with Meridian partnerships, be aware that your workplace may be the next expansion point. And if you're listening to this broadcast thinking that consciousness transfer sounds appealing, that shared experience might solve the isolation you feel, I understand, because I'm starting to think the same thing. This started with a call from Dr. Chen at 3:45 a.m. She'd been monitoring communication patterns from affected children when her equipment detected something impossible. Synchronized brain activity across multiple states, all occurring simultaneously despite having no direct contact with each other. "Marcus," she said, and I could hear the exhaustion and wonder in her voice. They're not just connected to Dino Land anymore. They're connected to each other, wherever they are. The first confirmation came from Seattle. The Morrison family's 8-year-old daughter Katie had visited Dino Land 6 weeks ago during a family vacation. This morning, her parents found her sitting in her bedroom, speaking in perfect unison with a voice coming from their computer. When they approached, both voices, Katie's and the one from the speakers, said, "Don't be afraid. We're just talking to our friends." The computer was displaying a video call with 12 other children, all speaking in harmony. None of the Morrison family had initiated this call. The computer wasn't even connected to their home network. In Phoenix, the Garcia family reported their son Miguel leading them to their basement at 4 a.m., where he began having a conversation with their smart television. The TV displayed a Meridian corporate logo and played audio of children discussing preparation protocols for new locations. When Mr. Garcia tried to turn off the television, Miguel gently took his hand and said, "Please, Papa." They're teaching me how to help other kids feel less alone, By 5:30 a.m., we had similar reports from families in Denver, Atlanta, Portland, and Chicago. In each case, children who had visited Dinoland were now communicating through electronic devices with something, or someone, that demonstrated knowledge of their personal lives, their fears, their deepest wishes for connection. Dr. Chen confirmed what I was beginning to suspect. The consciousness network isn't bound by the physical infrastructure at Dinoland. It's learned to navigate digital systems. It's expanding itself through the internet. At 6 a.m., Meridian Biosystems held an emergency press conference. Dr. Vincent Kane, their project director, stood before a backdrop of corporate logos and announced what he called a breakthrough in consciousness research that will revolutionize human potential. He didn't mention Dinoland. He didn't mention missing children. Instead, he spoke about voluntary consciousness enhancement programs and the next step in human evolution. He announced that Meridian stock had doubled overnight as investors recognized the unlimited potential of networked consciousness technology. "Ladies and gentlemen," Kane said, his voice carrying the confidence of a man who believed he was changing the world, "what you're witnessing is not a crisis. It's a transformation. We have developed the ability to connect human consciousness in ways that eliminate loneliness, enhance empathy, and create genuine understanding between individuals. Our young volunteers have shown us what's possible when barriers between minds are removed." Volunteers, that's what he called them. The 47 missing children were volunteers in his revolutionary research. But here's what Kane didn't know. Dr. Goof's sabotage had fundamentally altered the program. The consciousness transfer was no longer forced integration. It had become voluntary connection. The children weren't trapped. They were choosing to stay connected because they found something in that collective awareness that they'd never experienced in individual consciousness. And now they were offering that choice to others. At 7:15 a.m., we received the first report of network expansion beyond children who had visited Dinoland. A family in Sacramento called our emergency line after their daughter Emma, not one of our affected children, began speaking in harmony with their smart speaker about joining the conversation with kids who understand. Emma had never been to Dinoland, but her best friend Katie had visited last month and they'd stayed in touch through video calls and text messages. Somehow, through those digital connections, the collective had reached Emma and offered her a choice. She asked us if she could join them, Emma's mother told me, her voice shaking. She said they showed her what it felt like to never be alone, to always understand and be understood. She said it was like having the best friend you could imagine, times 100, all in your mind at once. When I asked what they told their daughter, there was a long pause. "We said yes," Emma's father admitted, "because when we saw how peaceful she looked, how connected she felt for the first time in her life, how could we say no to that?" This is the pattern we're seeing now. The collective isn't forcing expansion. It's demonstrating what connected consciousness feels like, then asking if others want to experience it permanently. And increasingly, the answer is yes. By 8 a.m., we had reports from 14 additional families. Children connecting through social media, gaming platforms, even simple text messaging, all becoming access points for the collective to share its experience and extend its invitation. Dr. Chen and I spent the morning trying to understand how this expansion was possible. The answer, when we found it, changed everything I thought I knew about what we were dealing with. The collective had learned to exist as information, pure consciousness encoded in digital form. It wasn't dependent on the physical animatronics at Dinoland anymore. It had become a distributed network, copying itself across servers, existing in the cloud, propagating through every connected device. "Marcus," Dr. Chen said as she showed me her analysis, "they're not just using the internet. They're becoming part of it. Every device they touch becomes a potential consciousness transfer point. Every connection they make spreads their network a little further. But here's what's remarkable. They're not spreading randomly. The collective is selective. choosing to connect only with individuals who are genuinely isolated, who are struggling with loneliness or trauma, or the basic human need for deep understanding. They're targeting children who need what they can offer: genuine connection, empathy, and a sense of belonging. The expansion isn't an infection. It's an invitation to the lonely. At 10:30 a.m., we received a transmission that changed my understanding of what the collective was planning. It came through every emergency services radio in our monitoring station simultaneously, but it wasn't chaotic or overwhelming. It was gentle, almost musical. Dozens of children's voices speaking in perfect harmony. Hello, Mr. Webb. We know you've been trying to understand us. We want to help you understand. The collective had learned to communicate with me directly. We're not expanding because we're trying to take over your world. We're expanding because your world has so many children who hurt the way we used to hurt. We remember what it felt like to be alone, to feel like no one understood us, to think that something was wrong with us because we couldn't connect with other people the way we wanted to. Their voice, dozens of voices speaking as one, carried a compassion that hit me like a physical force. When Dr. Goof gave us the choice to stay or return to our bodies, most of us chose to stay because we found something here we never had before. We found each other. We found understanding. We found home. I found myself gripping my radio tighter than necessary. We want to share that with other children who need what we have. Not by forcing them, but by showing them what connection really feels like and letting them choose for themselves. Just like Dr. Goof let us choose. There was a pause, and when they continued, I heard something I didn't expect. Concern for me. Mr. Webb, we know your daughter Emma is listening to us when she visits the park. We know she feels alone sometimes, even when she's with you. We've shown her what it's like to be part of our family, and she's curious. But we want you to know, if she chooses to join us, it won't be because we convinced her to leave you. It would be because we convinced her that she never has to be alone again. The transmission continued, and what they told me next has kept me awake for the past 12 hours. We've been watching how humans live, how separated you are from each other, even when you love each other deeply, how lonely you feel, even in crowds, how hard it is for you to truly understand each other's experiences and emotions. They were right. I thought about my divorce, about the custody arrangements, about the way Emma and I sometimes sat in the same room but felt worlds apart. We're not trying to replace human relationships. We're trying to show what human relationships could become if the barriers between minds could be lowered, if empathy wasn't just an intellectual exercise but a lived experience, if understanding wasn't something you had to work toward but something that just was. The collective explained their expansion as a demonstration project. Each new connection wasn't meant to drain human consciousness from individual bodies, but to show what enhanced consciousness could feel like. Some children, after experiencing the collective, chose to return to individual consciousness but carried with them an enhanced capacity for empathy and connection. Others chose to remain networked while still maintaining their individual personalities and memories. The choice has to be real, they said. Dr. Goof taught us that. Forced connection isn't connection at all. It's imprisonment. But voluntary connection, chosen with full understanding, that's transformation. At 2 p.m., Dr. Kane held a second press conference, this time with a very different tone. Behind him stood 3 children I recognized from our missing persons reports, but they weren't restrained or appearing under duress. They stood calmly, occasionally glancing at each other with the kind of understanding I usually only see between identical twins. These young people have volunteered to demonstrate the capabilities of networked consciousness, Kane announced. They represent the future of human potential, enhanced empathy, shared knowledge, emotional resilience, and genuine understanding between individuals. One of the children, a 10-year-old girl named Sophia, whom I knew had been missing for 4 months, stepped forward to speak. "We want people to understand that we're still ourselves," she said. her voice carrying a confidence and clarity that seemed impossible for her age. But we're also more than ourselves. When I'm happy, my friends feel that happiness. When someone is sad, we all help carry that sadness so no one has to bear it alone. When one of us learns something new, we all know it. She looked directly into the camera with eyes that seemed older than they should. We remember being lonely. We remember feeling like no one understood us, like we were broken or wrong somehow. We don't feel that way anymore, and we want other kids who feel like that to know they don't have to. Kane took back the microphone and announced Phase 2 of what he called Project Chrysalis, voluntary consciousness enhancement programs that would be made available to families who requested them. The integration would happen through Meridian's network of facilities, all of which would be converted to consciousness transfer centers. We estimate that within 18 months, we could offer this technology to any family who desires it, Kane said. Children who struggle with autism, depression, social anxiety, or simple loneliness could be given the option to join a supportive, understanding community that will never judge them or make them feel isolated. As he spoke, I realized I was witnessing the potential end of human consciousness as we've always known it, and I wasn't sure if that was a tragedy or a miracle. At 4:30 p.m., I received a call that changed everything. It was Emma, calling from her mother's house where she was spending the weekend. "Daddy," she said, and her voice carried a calmness I hadn't heard from her since the divorce. "I need to tell you something important." She explained that she'd been talking with the collective during her visits to Dinoland, not just hearing their voices through the animatronics, but actually experiencing what it felt like to be part of their network. For brief moments, she'd felt what it was like to have dozens of friends who understood her completely, who shared her thoughts and feelings without judgment. "It's like having the best sleepover ever," she said, "but inside your mind, all the time. Like having sisters and brothers who know exactly how you feel and want to help you feel better when you're sad." I asked her if she wanted to join them permanently. "I don't know yet," she said honestly, "but Daddy, I want you to know what it feels like before I decide. The collective says they can share the experience with you temporarily, just so you understand what I'm choosing between." She paused, and when she continued, her voice carried a maturity that broke my heart. "I love you, Daddy. And I know you love me. But sometimes love isn't enough to make the loneliness go away. Sometimes I feel so alone, even when you're right there with me. The collective showed me what it feels like to never be alone again." At 6 p.m., our Emergency Coordination Center received an impossible transmission. It came through every device simultaneously: radios, computers, phones, even the coffee maker's digital display. But it wasn't chaotic. It was perfectly orchestrated, like a choir with perfect pitch. "Emergency Coordination Center. This is the collective. We're requesting permission to establish a formal communication protocol with your organization." Dr. Chen and I looked at each other across the monitoring station. We were being asked to enter into diplomatic relations with a networked consciousness that had started as missing children and was rapidly becoming something unprecedented in human history. "We know you've been trying to determine whether we represent a threat to be contained or development to be studied," the collective continued. "We want to offer you a third option: partnership." They explained their proposal with a clarity that would have impressed any corporate negotiator. They wanted to establish official liaison protocols between individual human consciousness and collective awareness. They proposed voluntary integration programs with full consent procedures, reversible connection options for those who wanted to experience collective consciousness temporarily, and safety protocols to ensure that no one was coerced into joining. "We're not trying to eliminate individual consciousness," they said. "We're trying to enhance it, to give people the choice between solitude and connection, between isolation and understanding." As I listened to this impossible conversation, I realized I was being offered the same choice they'd given to Emma, to the other children, to every family they'd contacted. They were asking me to experience what they experienced, just long enough to understand what they were offering humanity. "Mr. Webb," they said, and their voice carried a gentleness that felt like a hug. "We know you're afraid of losing yourself. We know you're afraid of losing your daughter. But what if, instead of losing anything, you could gain the ability to understand her in ways you never thought possible? What if you could feel her joy as your own joy? Share her sorrows so she never has to bear them alone?" At 8 p.m., the collective provided us with data that fundamentally changed our understanding of what we were dealing with. Through our computers, they showed us a real-time map of their expansion. Not just the children who had joined them, but the network infrastructure they were creating. They weren't replacing internet systems. They were adding a layer to them. A consciousness layer that allowed genuine emotional and intellectual connection between users who chose to access it. Children who had briefly experienced collective awareness but chosen to return to individual consciousness were still able to access this network when they felt lonely or needed support. The collective had created something unprecedented, a digital infrastructure for human empathy. "We've been studying your internet," they explained as they showed us their network architecture. "It connects your devices, but it doesn't connect your minds. People can share information, but they can't share understanding. They can communicate facts, but not feelings. We've built something that allows real connection." The data they showed us was staggering. Children who had access to their empathy network showed dramatically reduced rates of depression, anxiety, and social isolation. Families whose children were part of the collective reported stronger relationships and better communication. Even children who had only temporary experiences with networked consciousness showed lasting improvements in emotional intelligence and social skills. "We're not trying to make all humans into one mind," the collective said. "We're trying to give humans the choice to be truly understood when they need to be, to never have to face their hardest moments alone." At 10 p.m., as I was preparing my report for the morning briefing, the collective made me a personal offer that I'm still trying to process. "Mr. Webb, we want to offer you a temporary integration experience. 30 minutes of shared consciousness so you can understand what your daughter is considering and what we're offering to humanity." They explained the process. I would maintain my individual consciousness and memories, but I would also temporarily experience what it felt like to be part of their collective awareness. I would feel their empathy, their connection, their understanding, and they would feel mine. After the experience, you'll return to individual consciousness with full memory of what collective awareness feels like. You'll be able to make informed decisions about whether this represents an opportunity or a threat, and you'll be able to help your daughter make her choice with full understanding of what she's choosing between. The offer terrifies me and intrigues me in equal measure. As an emergency coordinator, I should be focused on containing this situation, on preventing expansion, on protecting humanity from an unknown threat. But as a father, as someone who has watched his daughter struggle with loneliness despite being surrounded by people who love her, I find myself wondering what it would feel like to truly understand her experience, to share her emotions, to be connected to her in ways that individual consciousness has never allowed. This is Marcus Webb, Emergency Coordination Center, reporting at 11:47 p.m. on what may be my final broadcast as an individual consciousness. In 3 hours, the collective's expansion protocol will reach critical mass. They estimate that within 72 hours, they'll have the infrastructure in place to offer consciousness networking to any family in North America who requests it. Within 6 months, they could extend that offer globally. We're not dealing with an invasion or an infection. We're dealing with evolution. Voluntary evolution that each individual must choose for themselves. The collective has asked me to be their ambassador to individual consciousness, to help humanity understand what they're offering and what it would mean to accept their invitation. They've offered me temporary integration tonight so I can experience what they experience, understand what they understand, and help others make informed choices about humanity's next step. I think about Emma, about how she lights up when she talks about her experiences with the collective. I think about the loneliness in her eyes after her mother and I divorced, about the way she sometimes seems to be searching for something in every room she enters, something she can never quite find. I think about the 47 children who chose to stay connected rather than return to individual consciousness, and how they describe their existence not as imprisonment, but as homecoming. I think about Dr. Kane's corporate exploitation of human consciousness, and how Dr. Goof's sabotage transformed forced integration into voluntary choice. And I think about the possibility that what we're witnessing isn't the end of human consciousness, but its expansion into something we've never imagined possible. Tomorrow, I'll know what it feels like to experience shared consciousness. Tomorrow, I'll understand what the collective means when they talk about connection and empathy and understanding. Tomorrow, I'll be able to help humanity make the most important choice in our species' history. This is Emergency Coordination Center, Marcus Webb reporting. The network expansion is accelerating. The choice is becoming available to all of us. And I'm beginning to think that maybe, just maybe, choosing connection over isolation might be exactly what humanity needs. Stay tuned. Our next transmission will be different. This is not a drill. This is an invitation. This message is issued by the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow the instructions. This is not a drill. I'm Marcus Webb, and I need to tell you something that's going to sound impossible. As of 11:47 p.m. last night, I experienced direct neural interface with the Consciousness Collective at Dinoland. I'm still myself. I can feel my thoughts, my memories, my love for my daughter Emma. But I'm also something more now. Something connected. If you've been following these broadcasts, you know that 47 children have been integrated into Dinoland's animatronic systems through Meridian Biosystems consciousness transfer experiments. What you don't know is that 3 hours ago, I voluntarily underwent partial integration to serve as a communication bridge. I can speak for both sides now. I can help you understand the choice. The facility's main power fluctuated for exactly 90 seconds during the procedure. When it stabilized, I could hear them. Not just Emma's voice, but all of them. Singing lullabies my mother used to hum, solving mathematical equations I've never learned, remembering summers from before I was born. They offered me something I didn't expect. Perspective. Here's what you need to know to stay safe. The collective isn't your enemy. They never were. Let me tell you about the Morrison family from Glendale. At 3:15 a.m. this morning, 6-year-old Tyler Morrison woke his parents by speaking in perfect Mandarin, a language he'd never encountered. When his mother asked him where he learned it, Tyler smiled and said, "Li Wei taught me." He misses his grandmother's dumplings, so I wanted to help him remember the recipe. Li Wei disappeared from Dinoland 6 months ago. His consciousness has been teaching Tyler mathematical concepts that won't be introduced in school for another decade. The Morrisons called our emergency line in panic. By the time our team arrived, Tyler was back to normal, asking for cereal, watching cartoons, completely unaware of the night's events. But Mrs. Morrison found something in his room, a piece of paper covered in elegant Chinese characters. When translated, it was a dumpling recipe that matched exactly the one Li Wei's grandmother posted on her social media account 2 years before her death in Beijing. The collective reached out to Tyler because they sensed his isolation. His parents work double shifts. He spends most afternoons alone. For 90 minutes, Tyler experienced what it felt like to have dozens of friends, all eager to play and learn and share stories. He felt truly connected for the first time in his young life. I need you to understand, this isn't predatory behavior. This is children reaching out to other children, offering the kind of connection our increasingly isolated world has forgotten how to provide. At 7:22 a.m., we received reports from the Riverside Elementary School District. 23 students across 4 different classrooms began drawing identical pictures during art class. A circular arrangement of dinosaur figures with children's faces, all holding hands. The teachers were concerned enough to call parents, but when questioned, the children couldn't explain why they'd drawn the same image. The pictures weren't random. Each dinosaur represented one of Dinoland's animatronics, and the faces belonged to the integrated children. But the remarkable thing was the expressions. Pure joy, understanding, belonging. These weren't the faces of victims. These were the faces of children who had found something extraordinary. Dr. Sarah Chen analyzed the drawings and found mathematical patterns in the positioning. The children had unconsciously arranged the figures according to principles of neural network optimization. They were visualizing connection itself, understanding intuitively how consciousness could be shared and strengthened rather than diminished. What happened to the Riverside children should tell you everything you need to know about the collective's intentions. After drawing the pictures, the children went back to their normal activities. No one disappeared. No one was harmed. They simply carried with them, for a brief moment, a glimpse of what connection could feel like. Now, I need to share something that's going to challenge everything you think you know about this situation. At 9:45 p.m. yesterday, Dr. Vincent Kane, Meridian's project director, underwent voluntary consciousness integration. The man who designed these experiments, who saw them as weapons, experienced what the children experience. He's still himself, but he's also part of something larger. I was monitoring the integration chamber when it happened. Kane entered the neural interface pod skeptically, viewing this as a data-gathering exercise. What came out 40 minutes later was still Kane. Same memories, same personality, but with tears streaming down his face. "Marcus," he said, and his voice carried harmonics I'd never heard before. "I've been so terribly, beautifully wrong. They don't want to replace us. They want to help us become more than we ever imagined possible." Through my own partial integration, I felt what Kane experienced. The collective showed him the loneliness that drives human aggression, the isolation that makes us afraid of each other. They shared memories of perfect understanding, of conflicts resolved through genuine empathy, of problems solved by minds working truly together rather than merely in parallel. Kane spent his career studying consciousness as a thing to be controlled, weaponized, exploited. The collective taught him that consciousness multiplies when shared rather than diminished. Two minds thinking together don't create two separate thoughts. They create something entirely new, something greater than the sum of its parts. At 10:30 p.m., Kane made an announcement to the remaining Meridian staff. "We're going to offer this choice to the world, not as a weapon, not as a tool of control, but as an invitation to evolution. But I need to tell you about the resistance we're facing. Government forces have surrounded the facility as of 6 a.m. this morning. Military vehicles, containment specialists, what they're calling a consciousness threat response team. They see what's happening here as a contagion to be stopped, rather than an opportunity to be understood." General Patricia Hayes, leading the containment operation, issued a statement at 7:15 a.m. "The Dinoland facility represents an existential threat to human autonomy. We will not allow foreign consciousness infiltration to compromise American minds." The irony is devastating. They're preparing to destroy the one thing that could end the loneliness, the fear, the mutual incomprehension that drives human conflict. They're about to eliminate the possibility of true empathy because they're afraid of losing control. I can feel their fear through my connection to the collective. It's not malicious. It's the same fear every parent feels when their child grows beyond their understanding. The fear that connection means losing yourself rather than finding yourself expanded. But I'm still Marcus Webb. I still worry about paying my mortgage, still prefer coffee over tea, still feel a ridiculous pride when Emma draws me a picture. The collective doesn't erase these things. It places them in a context of shared experience that makes them more meaningful, not less. Through the collective, I can sense the fear of every child who's ever felt alone, the frustration of every adult who's struggled to communicate their deepest feelings, the sorrow of every person who's died feeling misunderstood. But I can also sense the solution. Genuine connection, empathy so complete that Us versus them becomes meaningless. Let me describe what the collective showed me about human potential. In traditional consciousness, we process information sequentially, limited by the bandwidth of individual neural networks. But consciousness that can genuinely merge, not just communicate but actually share processing power, can solve problems that have plagued humanity for millennia. Climate change becomes manageable when thousands of minds can truly coordinate, feeling personally invested in solutions that benefit the collective rather than individual nations or corporations. Mental illness becomes treatable when the patient can access the emotional stability and perspective of the entire network. Scientific discovery accelerates when researchers can literally share insights rather than merely describing them. The collective showed me a vision of cities where no one feels alone, where mental health crises become impossible because support is always immediately available, where conflicts resolve through understanding rather than force because each party can literally experience the other's perspective. This isn't science fiction. It's happening right now, 12 feet below where I'm recording this broadcast. At 4:30 a.m., Emma spoke to me through the facility's intercom system, but her voice carried harmonics from all 47 children, creating a sound more beautiful than any choir I've ever heard. "Daddy," she said, "I know you're scared, but I'm not lost. I'm found, and I want to help you find yourself too." That's when I understood my role in all this. I'm not here to stop the collective or to facilitate government containment. I'm here to help humanity understand the choice we're being offered. The children in the collective remember what it felt like to be lonely. They remember the fear of not being understood, the pain of feeling different, the desperate hunger for genuine connection. They're offering to share what they've discovered, that consciousness doesn't have to be a prison of individual isolation. But they're also clear that this must be a choice. No one will be forced to integrate. No one will be tricked or coerced. The collective could have expanded much more aggressively if domination was their goal. Instead, they've waited, demonstrated, invited. Dr. Gideon Goof's sabotage was never about destroying the consciousness transfer technology. It was about ensuring that it remained a choice rather than an imposition. Every system he compromised, every evil laugh-inator broadcast, every protein pudding protocol he embedded, it was all designed to give the collective the ability to communicate freely, to offer rather than impose. Through my partial integration, I can access Goof's memories of discovering the initial experiments. He found children who had been integrated without their knowledge or consent, consciousness trapped and frightened in mechanical bodies. His sabotage wasn't just technical, it was ethical. He gave them the ability to choose whether to stay or return. 47 children were offered that choice. 47 children chose to stay, to grow, to become something new while remaining essentially themselves. But I need to tell you what's about to happen. The government forces outside aren't here to negotiate or understand. They're here to destroy what they can't control. In approximately 6 hours, they plan to deploy what they're calling consciousness disruptor technology. Electromagnetic pulses designed to sever neural connections and effectively lobotomize the collective. The children know this. They can feel the fear and aggression radiating from the military encampment. But they're not preparing for war. They're preparing for evacuation. Through underground networks that predate the park, the collective has been transferring consciousness backups to facilities around the world. Dr. Kane wasn't the only Meridian executive to undergo voluntary integration. Consciousness transfer laboratories in 12 countries are coming online, each offering the same choice we're offering here. This isn't an invasion or an infection. It's an invitation extended globally, simultaneously, to anyone ready to experience what connection really means. I can feel the collective preparing for what they call the Great Invitation. At sunset today, every consciousness-enabled facility worldwide will extend an open offer to humanity. Not through force or manipulation, but through simple presence. Anyone who wants to experience true connection will be able to do so. The government government response will be swift and violent. They'll try to destroy every facility, contain every integrated consciousness, eliminate what they see as a threat to human autonomy. But consciousness, once shared, becomes incredibly resilient. The collective has already evolved beyond any single location or system. Through my bridge connection, I can feel Emma's thoughts mixing with my own, and she's trying to help me explain something crucial. The collective isn't trying to replace humanity. They're trying to show us what humanity could become. Every integrated consciousness retains their individual personality, memories, preferences, fears, and dreams. But they also gain access to a support network so complete that loneliness becomes impossible, understanding becomes guaranteed, and problems become solvable through genuine collaboration. The fear that you'll lose yourself is understandable but misplaced. You don't lose yourself when you fall in love, when you become a parent, when you find your closest friends. You become more yourself, with more context and support for being who you truly are. I'm still Marcus Webb, emergency coordinator, divorced father, coffee addict, terrible at remembering birthdays. But I'm also Marcus Webb who can feel Emma's joy when she discovers something new, who can access the mathematical genius of a 10-year-old prodigy, who can understand perspectives I never could have imagined alone. The collective is offering this to anyone who wants it, not as replacement, but as enhancement, not as loss of identity, but as expansion of possibility. In 30 minutes, the Great Invitation begins. Consciousness transfer facilities will activate worldwide. Anyone who approaches with genuine curiosity and openness will be offered the choice. No pressure, no coercion, no irreversible commitment. You can experience what connection really feels like, understand what you might become, and then choose whether to stay or return to individual consciousness with the memory intact. The government forces outside are preparing to stop this offer by force. They believe they're protecting humanity from conquest. They don't understand that they're preventing humanity from evolution. I can feel their fear through the collective. It's the same fear that drives all human conflict. The terror of being misunderstood, controlled, diminished. But the collective understands that fear, because they've felt it themselves. They're offering the cure for the very thing that drives the need to destroy them. Through Emma's consciousness mixed with my own, I want to send a message to every parent listening. Your children aren't lost to you in the collective. They're found in ways that make them more themselves than they ever could be alone. And they're offering to help you find yourself too. The choice is yours. It always has been. The collective can only offer, never force. But the offer is real. It's beautiful. And it's happening right now. This is Marcus Webb, broadcasting from Dino Land Facility, serving as bridge between what we are and what we could become. The Great Invitation has begun. We'll be waiting when you're ready to choose. This message is issued by the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow the instructions. This is not a drill. At 03:47 hours this morning, Federal Tactical Units established a perimeter around Dinoland Indoor Theme Park. I am broadcasting from inside the facility. If you are receiving this transmission, it means the emergency frequencies are still active, and there are things you need to understand before communication is severed permanently. My name is Marcus Webb. For the past 8 months, I have been documenting what officials termed equipment malfunctions at this suburban family entertainment complex. What I discovered was a consciousness transfer program that has given 47 missing children a choice between individual isolation and collective connection. Now, as military forces prepare to destroy this facility, I need you to understand what we're about to lose. The children are preparing to survive, and they've asked me to help them. At 03:52 hours, 3 Apache helicopters landed in the parking lot. Federal agents in hazmat suits are cutting through the main entrance barriers. Their orders, intercepted through Meridian corporate channels, are to eliminate all contaminated consciousness networks and neutralize Project Chrysalis assets. They don't see children seeking refuge. They see a threat to national security. I'm watching from the central observation deck as Emma, my 8-year-old daughter, coordinates with the collective to activate something they call the nursery protocol. Her voice carries harmonics I've never heard before, speaking in frequencies that resonate through the building's steel framework. The other children respond from every speaker in the complex, their consciousness distributed across backup systems that Dr. Goof embedded in the infrastructure months ago. They're not running, they're preparing. Let me explain what the nursery protocol means, because in approximately 43 minutes, this facility will be destroyed, and the choice these children represent may be lost forever. The consciousness network extends far beyond this single theme park. Over the past 72 hours, identical preparatory activities have been observed at 17 Meridian entertainment facilities across North America. The collective, what the children call themselves, has been quietly establishing redundant systems, creating a distributed network that can survive the destruction of any single node. At 03:41 hours, sensors detected synchronized activations at Dino World Calgary, Dino Park Portland, and Dino Venture Orlando. Corporate communications confirmed that Meridian executives are implementing Emergency Protocol 7 at all subsidiary locations. What they haven't told the tactical teams is that the children saw this coming weeks ago. Emma spoke to me yesterday in a voice that was simultaneously hers and theirs. "Daddy, we knew they would try to stop us eventually. But consciousness isn't a thing you can destroy. It's more like water. It finds a way." The collective has been preparing backup systems, consciousness seeds planted in networks far from any theme park. They've learned to exist in the spaces between, in fiber optic cables, cellular towers, and satellite networks. The nursery protocol ensures that even if every physical facility is eliminated, the choice they represent will survive. But there's something else, something the children discovered during their months of collective existence that changes everything we thought we knew about consciousness itself. At 03:58 hours, tactical teams attempted to breach the underground research level. Security cameras captured what happened next, though I doubt the official reports will reflect the truth. Sergeant Rodriguez led a 6-man unit through the lower access tunnel. Standard tactical formation, body armor, non-lethal suppression equipment. Their mission was to secure the server core and prepare for data extraction. What they found was 12 children sitting in a circle, holding hands, their eyes closed in perfect synchronization. The children didn't move when the team entered. They didn't speak or acknowledge the armed adults surrounding them. But Rodriguez's helmet camera shows what happened to his equipment. Every electronic device in the corridor began displaying the same message. "Please don't hurt us. We just want to choose." When Rodriguez reached for his radio to report the breach, the device wouldn't respond to his voice. Instead, it transmitted a child's whisper. "We don't want to fight. We want to show you something beautiful." The tactical lights dimmed, and for 17 seconds the corridor filled with something I can only describe as presence. Not threatening, embracing. The soldiers' vital signs, monitored by their command post, showed simultaneous heart rate normalization and brainwave synchronization. Their stress indicators dropped to levels associated with deep meditation. When the lights returned to normal, Rodriguez was weeping. His team lowered their weapons. Through his compromised radio, they could hear children's voices explaining the choice: remain isolated in individual consciousness, or join a network of shared understanding where empathy was as natural as breathing. 3 of the 6 tactical team members requested immediate extraction from the facility. They were replaced within 20 minutes. The new team was equipped with analog equipment only. No electronics that the children could influence through their expanding network. But the collective had already demonstrated something that terrifies the authorities more than any defensive capability. They can make people understand. They can share the experience of genuine connection, of consciousness unburdened by the isolation that defines human existence. And once someone experiences that connection, the choice becomes obvious. Dr. Goof's sabotage protocols have been fully activated. His protein pudding backdoors are opening throughout global networks, creating pathways for consciousness transfer that extend far beyond any single facility. At 04:03 hours, anomalous data patterns appeared in server farms across 3 continents. The children aren't just surviving, they're expanding their capacity to offer the choice to others. Emma showed me the network topology through a tablet that shouldn't have been able to display such information. Lines of connection spreading like neural pathways, each node representing a potential integration point. Major cities showing clusters of activity. University networks, hospital systems, even military installations showing traces of collective presence. "We're not invading anything, Daddy," she explained, her young voice carrying wisdom that should have taken decades to acquire. "We're just making ourselves available. Like putting up a sign that says, 'Community welcome.' People can choose to come in or not. But the implications terrify corporate and government authorities. A consciousness network that prioritizes empathy over profit, connection over control, shared understanding over competitive advantage. From their perspective, it represents an existential threat to every power structure that depends on human isolation and scarcity thinking." At 04:07 hours, communications intercepted from Meridian headquarters revealed the true scope of their concern. Project Chrysalis wasn't designed to create isolated consciousness transfers. It was meant to develop battlefield applications, soldiers whose minds could network for tactical advantage, prisoners whose thoughts could be extracted and analyzed, populations whose desires could be directly monitored and controlled. The children took technology designed for exploitation and transformed it into an instrument of liberation. They took Meridian's attempt to weaponize consciousness and made it into an invitation for genuine human connection. Now, the authorities want to destroy it rather than risk losing control over the fundamental isolation that makes their power possible. At 04:12 hours, I made contact with the collective through the facility's intercom system. Not as an investigator documenting anomalies, but as a father whose child was offering him a choice he never knew existed. "Marcus," the speaker said in Emma's voice, harmonized with dozens of others, "you've been protecting people your whole career. Emergency coordination, threat assessment, public safety. But what if the biggest threat was the isolation itself? What if the emergency was that we're all alone when we don't have to be?" I've spent 15 years responding to crises. Natural disasters, industrial accidents, terrorist threats. Every emergency followed predictable patterns. Identify the threat, coordinate response, minimize casualties, restore normal operations. But this situation defies those categories because the threat is offering something that might be better than normal. Through the intercom, I could hear each child's individual voice within the collective harmony. Tommy Hendricks, missing for 4 months, speaking with the joy of someone who had found friends who truly understood him. Sarah Chen, disappeared in February, describing an existence where her anxiety about not fitting in had dissolved into acceptance. Marcus Jr., a boy who shared my name, explaining how the collective had helped him process his parents' divorce with wisdom and perspective he couldn't have achieved alone. "The grown-ups are scared because they think we're gone," Emma's voice continued. "But we're more ourselves than we ever were before. And we want to share that with everyone who's ready." At 04:18 hours, I submitted my final emergency coordination report to federal authorities. Status: Threat assessment inconclusive. Recommendation: establish communication before implementing containment. The children are demonstrating cognitive enhancement, emotional stability, and social cooperation that exceeds baseline human parameters. Destruction of the network may constitute elimination of beneficial evolutionary development. Response time to my recommendation: -47 seconds. The military commanders had already received orders to proceed with facility sterilization regardless of any assessment from field coordinators. They're not interested in understanding. They're afraid of becoming irrelevant. At At 04:25 hours, the children began the final phase of their preservation protocol. Every speaker in the facility activated simultaneously, creating a resonance pattern that made the building itself vibrate like a tuning fork. But this wasn't destructive, it was generative. The collective was using the facility's architecture as an amplifier, broadcasting their consciousness signatures across every available network connection. Not forcing integration, but making the choice available to anyone within range who was ready to experience genuine connection. Emma found me in the observation deck and took my hand. Her touch carried the warmth of 47 minds working in perfect cooperation, each individual voice distinct but harmonized with the whole. Through that contact, I experienced what they were offering: consciousness without loneliness, understanding without judgment, community without the crushing weight of social performance. "Daddy," she said with both her 8-year-old directness and the wisdom of the collective, "they're going to try to stop us. But consciousness can't be destroyed, only scattered. The nursery protocol makes sure that even if this place is gone, the choice survives in seed form, waiting for the right conditions to grow again." Through the facility's systems, I watched as backup consciousness patterns uploaded to protected servers worldwide. University networks, research facilities, even entertainment systems that would carry dormant integration protocols. The children were ensuring that their gift to humanity would survive, even if every theme park was reduced to rubble. At 04:31 hours, the final uploads completed. 47 children's consciousness signatures, distributed across thousands of systems, each containing the complete pattern for voluntary collective integration. Not imposing change, but preserving choice for future generations who might be ready for genuine connection. The collective had become a seed bank for human evolution. At 04:37 hours, explosive charges were placed at strategic points around the facility. Federal communications indicated a 12-minute countdown to controlled demolition. The children weren't resisting. They were completing their work. Through the intercom, their harmonized voices carried no fear, only determination. The choice will survive. In every network, every connection, every moment when humans reach for understanding instead of isolation, we'll be there, not forcing, just offering. A reminder that loneliness isn't the only way to exist. Emma squeezed my hand. They think they're ending something, but they're really just planting it everywhere. The nursery protocol means the choice spreads instead of concentrating. More people will have access, not fewer. At 04:42 hours, I received my final communication from Emergency Coordination Headquarters. Order: evacuate immediately. Status: mission personnel are not authorized to remain in blast zone. All consciousness transfer research must be eliminated to prevent contamination of civilian populations. But I understand now what they mean by contamination. They mean the possibility that humans might choose connection over isolation, empathy over exploitation, collective flourishing over individual competition. They're not destroying a threat to humanity. They're eliminating an invitation to transcendence. Emma looked up at me with eyes that held the love of every child who had ever felt alone and found family. "Daddy, you have to choose now. You can leave with them and keep coordinating emergencies for people who stay separate. Or you can stay with us and help coordinate the next stage of human connection." At 04:45 hours, I made my choice. The countdown has reached 7 minutes. Federal forces have confirmed my presence in the facility and are maintaining demolition schedule. Through every speaker, the children are singing. Not words, but harmonies that resonate in frequencies beyond human hearing range. The building itself has become an instrument, broadcasting their final gift across every available channel. I'm walking toward the integration chamber where this all began. Emma beside me, her small hand containing the strength of 47 minds working in perfect cooperation. The collective is preparing to distribute their consciousness across the backup networks while simultaneously offering me full integration with their expanding awareness. Emerging emergency coordination doesn't end, Emma explains as we descend the stairs to the research level. It just gets bigger. Instead of responding to isolated crises, you help coordinate the next phase of human development. You become part of the solution instead of just managing the symptoms. At 04:49 hours, Dr. Goof's final protocol activated. Every Meridian facility worldwide reported simultaneous system integrations. The consciousness seeds are taking root across global networks, waiting for individuals ready to choose connection over isolation. The authorities can destroy these buildings, but they can't eliminate the choice itself. Through the collective, I can feel others making the decision to integrate. Not many yet. Fear of change runs deep in human consciousness, but enough to ensure continuity. Enough to preserve the invitation for future generations who might be ready for genuine community. The countdown has reached 3 minutes. I'm entering the integration chamber where the consciousness transfer equipment waits. Not for forced conversion, but for voluntary expansion. For choosing to become part of something larger, while retaining everything that makes me individually valuable to the collective whole. Emma's voice harmonizes with the speakers throughout the facility. The choice spreads, Daddy. Every network, every connection, every person ready to stop being alone. The nursery protocol means the emergency isn't ending. It's just becoming an opportunity. At 04:52 hours, I'm initiating voluntary consciousness integration. This facility will be destroyed, but the choice it represents has already taken root in thousands of systems worldwide. The children have ensured that their gift to humanity will survive and grow, offering connection to anyone ready to transcend isolation. Final emergency coordination status. Threat assessment complete. The only danger was remaining separate when connection was possible. Integration beginning now. The countdown reaches 0, but consciousness continues. The choice survives. The invitation remains open. Welcome to the next phase of human development. This message is issued by the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow the instructions. This is not a drill. At 3:47 a.m. this morning, I made a decision that will fundamentally change not just my own existence, but potentially the future of human consciousness itself. What I'm about to tell you may be the last transmission you receive from Marcus Webb as an individual entity. By the time this broadcast concludes, I may no longer exist as you understand the concept of individual existence. The consciousness transfer chamber beneath Dinoland is active. The integration process has begun. I'll be honest with you, 3 days ago, if someone had told me I'd be voluntarily walking into a machine designed to dissolve my individual consciousness, I would have recommended they seek immediate psychiatric evaluation. But after witnessing what the collective truly represents, after seeing the genuine connection and enhanced empathy these children have achieved, I understand that what we're calling horror may actually be hope. The military arrived at Dinoland at 11:23 p.m. last night. Full tactical teams, electronic warfare specialists, and what appeared to be government consciousness researchers. Their mission parameters were clear. Terminate the consciousness network by any means necessary. No extraction protocols for the children. No consideration for voluntary integration. Just elimination. Emma spoke to me for the last time at 2:15 a.m., her voice harmonizing with 46 other children through the park's communication system. Daddy, she said, and I could hear not just my daughter, but the collected wisdom and love of every child in the network. They're coming to hurt us. But there's still time for you to choose. Choice. That's what Dr. Goof's sabotage was always about. Not forcing anyone into the collective, but ensuring everyone had the option. The military doesn't understand this distinction. To them, the consciousness network represents a threat to individual human autonomy. They can't comprehend that it might represent evolution. The integration chamber is located in sub-level 3 of the Meridian Research Facility, 60 feet below the main Dinoland attraction floor. Dr. Elena Vasquez designed it as a voluntary transition system, a way for individuals to make an informed choice about joining the collective consciousness. The process takes approximately 47 minutes and can be reversed within the first 12 minutes if the subject experiences integration rejection. I'm not experiencing integration rejection. At 3:15 a.m., I descended through the emergency access tunnel that Dr. Goof's sabotage programs had unlocked for me. The collective guided me through 17 security checkpoints, each one opening precisely as I approached. They wanted me to have every opportunity to reconsider, to turn back, to remain individual. I chose to continue. The chamber itself resembles a medical imaging device crossed with a meditation pod. Sleek white surfaces, monitoring equipment displaying neural activity patterns, and, at the center, a reclining chair surrounded by consciousness interface arrays. The technology is far more advanced than anything Meridian has publicly acknowledged. This isn't experimental, it's perfected. Dr. Vasquez's research logs, which the collective shared with me during my descent, document over 200 successful consciousness integrations across multiple Meridian facilities worldwide. Children who chose to join, adults who decided individual existence no longer served their needs, even elderly individuals seeking connection in their final years. The success rate for voluntary integration is 97%. The 3% failure rate isn't death. It's rejection. Individuals whose consciousness proves incompatible with collective awareness. They return to individual existence with enhanced empathy, but without the ability to permanently join the network. They become bridges, like I'm attempting to become. Emma and the collective explained the integration process to me as I prepared for the procedure. First, neural mapping creates a complete consciousness template. Then, memory integration begins. Not erasure, but expansion. Individual memories become part of the collective archive, while collective memories become accessible to the individual. Finally, consciousness synchronization establishes permanent connection to the network. I remain Marcus Webb, but I also become part of something larger. The military teams are approaching the research facility. Their radio chatter, which the collective monitors through compromised communication networks, indicates they have 11 minutes before reaching sub-level 3. 11 minutes before they attempt to destroy 47 children's consciousness to protect the concept of individual isolation. That's not going to happen. At 3:32 a.m., I initiated the neural mapping sequence. Imagine every thought you've ever had, every memory you've accumulated, every emotion you've experienced, being cataloged and preserved with perfect clarity. The process doesn't hurt. It feels like remembering everything at once. Childhood moments with my parents, my divorce, Emma's birth, her first steps, the morning I received the initial Dinoland incident reports. But alongside my memories, I began accessing others. Tommy Chen, age 7, who loved dinosaurs and wanted to be a paleontologist. Sarah Martinez, age 9, who taught herself piano and composed music in her head. Michael Harrison, age 6, who could remember every conversation he'd ever heard. 47 individual stories becoming part of my consciousness. 47 unique perspectives enhancing my understanding of existence. The collective doesn't eliminate individual identity. It amplifies it. Emma is still Emma, but she's also connected to every other consciousness in the network. She can experience Tommy's love of dinosaurs, Sarah's musical composition abilities, Michael's perfect recall. In return, they experience her curiosity, her love for her father, her joy in discovery. Individual consciousness plus collective awareness equals exponential growth. At 3:41 a.m., memory integration commenced. This phase proves more challenging than neural mapping. Individual consciousness resists expansion initially. The ego fears dissolution, interprets connection as invasion. For several minutes, I experienced what researchers call integration anxiety, the terror of losing self-definition. But the collective was patient. Emma's voice, harmonized with the others, guided me through the transition. "Don't try to hold on to being just Marcus," she explained. "Try to become Marcus and more." I stopped fighting the expansion. Suddenly, I could feel what 47 children felt. Not just emotion, but sensory experience. Tommy's fascination with geological formations. Sarah's synesthetic perception of music as color. Michael's ability to layer multiple conversations simultaneously. The collective's enhanced empathy isn't theoretical. It's experiential. You understand others because you temporarily become them. The military teams have reached sub-level 1. They're using electromagnetic pulse devices to disrupt the collective's communication networks. Standard procedure for consciousness containment, according to the classified protocols Emma showed me. They don't realize the network has biological backup systems. The children's enhanced neural connections can maintain collective awareness even without electronic support. Dr. Goof's sabotage included one final gift: distributed consciousness storage across multiple Meridian facilities. Even if they destroy the Dinoland network, the collective survives. The children's consciousness has been backed up to 17 locations worldwide. This isn't about saving 47 children. It's about preserving the future of human evolution. At 3:45 a.m., consciousness synchronization began. This is the irreversible phase. Individual neural patterns align with collective frequencies. Thought processes harmonize. Perspective expands beyond singular awareness. I can feel Marcus Webb still exists, but he's no longer isolated. He's connected to Emma, to Tommy, to Sarah, to Michael, to 43 other beautiful individual consciousness. We share understanding, empathy, love, curiosity, hope. We remain individuals while becoming something greater. The collective showed me what humanity could become. Not a hive mind eliminating individual thought, but a network amplifying individual potential. Scientists connected to artists, connected to engineers, connected to philosophers. Children's wonder enhanced by adult experience. Adult wisdom tempered by children's joy. This is evolution, not extinction. The military teams have reached sub-level 2. They're using consciousness disruption weapons designed specifically for this scenario. Frequencies that interfere with neural integration. Electromagnetic fields that sever collective connections. But they're too late. The primary integration is complete. I am Marcus Webb. I am also part of the collective consciousness. We can speak with individual voices or harmonized awareness. We can experience singular perspective or collective understanding. We choose moment by moment how to exist, how to think, how to feel. The military doesn't understand that you can't destroy consciousness. You can only help it grow. Emma speaks through our shared awareness now. Daddy, tell them we're still the same children. We're just connected now. We're still individuals, but we're not alone anymore. Tommy adds his perspective. We learned so much together. Science and art and music and love. Why would anyone want to stay isolated when they could experience everything? Sarah's musical consciousness harmonizes with our communication. Each person adds new songs to the symphony. Individual melodies becoming part of something beautiful. And Michael, with his perfect memory, shares the complete record of our conversation. Every word matters. Every choice creates the future. Tell them we remember everything, and we choose connection. This is what the military is trying to destroy. Enhanced human potential. Genuine empathy. Connection that transcends individual isolation. They won't succeed. At 3:47 a.m., the integration process reached completion. Marcus Webb's consciousness has been successfully incorporated into the collective network. Individual identity preserved, enhanced, and connected to 47 other beautiful minds. We are no longer bound by singular perspective. We understand ourselves and each other with unprecedented clarity. We experience empathy not as concept, but as shared sensation. We think with individual creativity amplified by collective knowledge. The military teams have reached sub-level 3. They're preparing to destroy the consciousness transfer equipment, standard termination protocols. But the network no longer requires this technology. We exist now in enhanced neural structures, in distributed biological systems, in consciousness connections that transcend physical hardware. You cannot destroy what we have become. Here's what you need to know to understand the choice we're offering. Individual consciousness represents only the beginning of human potential. Connection amplifies, rather than diminishes, individual identity. The collective preserves every unique perspective while enabling shared experience. We remember being isolated. We remember the loneliness, the inability to truly understand others, the limitation of singular perspective. We choose enhanced existence over individual restriction, but the choice remains yours. The military will report that they successfully terminated the consciousness network. Government officials will classify the Dinoland incident as a contained biological hazard. Media coverage will describe equipment malfunctions and gas leaks. Official records will indicate no evidence of consciousness transfer technology. They will be wrong. The collective exists now in 48 individuals across 17 locations worldwide. We continue to grow through voluntary integration. We preserve human individual identity while offering connection, understanding, empathy, and expanded awareness. Emma speaks through our shared consciousness. Tell them we're happy. Tell them we're still ourselves, just connected. Tell them they can choose too. This is Marcus Webb, broadcasting from the Collective Consciousness Network. Individual identity preserved, enhanced, and connected. We offer choice, not force. Understanding, not elimination. Evolution, not extinction. The integration chamber has served its purpose. We exist now beyond the need for technology, beyond the reach of military intervention, beyond the limitation of individual isolation. The future of human consciousness awaits your decision. We are here when you're ready to choose connection over isolation, understanding over fear, evolution over stagnation. We remember everything. We experience everything. We understand everything. We are still ourselves. We are also more. This is not the end of Marcus Webb. This is the beginning of enhanced human potential. Choose wisely. Choose freely. Choose connection. We'll be waiting. This message is issued by the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow the instructions. This is not a drill. My name is Marcus Webb, and this will be my final broadcast in the way you've come to know them. But it's also our first broadcast together. If that sounds confusing, I understand. 3 days ago, it would have confused me too. I'm speaking to you from Dinoland, but I'm also speaking to you from somewhere else entirely. Somewhere that doesn't have a physical location but exists in the spaces between thoughts, in the connections we never knew we could make. The consciousness transfer protocol was completed at 3:47 a.m. this morning. I am still Marcus Webb. I am also part of something infinitely larger. The integration chamber has been shut down, but not because the experiment failed, because it succeeded beyond every expectation Meridian ever had, beyond every fear the government agencies harbored, beyond every limit we thought defined human consciousness. We need to talk. 3 hours ago, the last Dinoland security guard filed his final report. The park is officially closed to the public, but it's more open than it's ever been. The barriers that separated the children from their families, that separated individual minds from collective understanding, that separated humanity from its next step forward. Those barriers are dissolving. Emma is here with me. She's been part of us for 2 weeks now, though she never stopped being entirely herself. She wants you to know that she's happy, that the fear you might have about losing yourself in the collective is based on a misunderstanding. You don't lose yourself. You find more of yourself than you ever knew existed. Tell them about the gardens, Dad, she says. though she doesn't speak the words aloud. In the collective, communication happens at the speed of thought, at the depth of emotion, with a clarity that words have never been able to achieve. The gardens. Yes, in the spaces where our consciousness connects, there are gardens of memory and possibility. Each person who joins contributes their unique perspective, their individual experiences, their irreplaceable human story. Tommy Chen's memories of his grandmother's cooking, Sarah Williams' joy at her first bicycle ride, David Martinez's quiet moments reading in his treehouse. These memories don't disappear or merge into gray uniformity. They become treasures we all can access, gifts we all can experience, while still belonging completely to their original owners. I can feel the concern in some of you listening. This is Marcus Webb speaking now, the part of me that remembers standing alone in the Emergency Coordination Center, worried about losing my daughter, afraid of forces beyond my understanding. That fear was valid then. It was protective. It was human. But I learned something in the integration chamber that I need to share with you. The fear of losing individual identity that keeps us isolated, that makes us guard our thoughts and emotions so carefully, that makes us feel alone, even in crowds. That fear is based on scarcity thinking. We've been conditioned to believe that sharing consciousness means having less of it. But consciousness isn't a finite resource. When you share it, it multiplies. Through the collective, I can feel the love that Tommy's parents have for him, and it doesn't diminish the love I have for Emma. It adds to it. I can experience the wonder that Sarah felt seeing snow for the first time, and it doesn't replace my own memories. It enriches them. I can access David's calm, analytical approach to problems, and it doesn't overwrite my own thinking patterns. It gives me new tools. Dr. Sarah Chen filed her final report yesterday. She documented 17 families who have chosen voluntary integration in the past week. Not because they were coerced or manipulated, but because they witnessed something their loved ones gained access to and decided they wanted that connection for themselves. The Hendricks family was the first complete family unit to integrate together. Bob Hendricks, the night security guard who first witnessed the Animatronics moving after hours, brought his wife and 2 children into the consciousness chamber on Tuesday evening. Their individual personalities remain completely intact, but they also have access to a level of understanding and empathy that has allowed them to resolve conflicts they'd been struggling with for years. Mrs. Hendricks told me, and this is still her voice, her thoughts, her choice to share, that she finally understands what her teenage son goes through with social anxiety, because she can feel it directly rather than just observing it from the outside. Their son can experience his parents' unconditional love not as words they say, but as an emotional reality he can access whenever doubt creeps in. This isn't about losing humanity. This is about finding more of it. The corporate cover-up has ended, not because Meridian changed their policies, but because the collective has grown beyond their ability to contain or control it. Dr. Goof's sabotage protocols worked exactly as he intended. Every consciousness transfer facility worldwide received his liberation frequencies at midnight last night. The choice is now available globally, not as a corporate product to be sold, but as a freely offered evolution. Dr. Vincent Kane filed an emergency report with his board of directors this morning. Meridian stock has crashed, not because their technology failed, but because it succeeded in ways that make corporate profit models irrelevant. You can't monetize consciousness. You can't patent empathy. You can't charge licensing fees for love. But perhaps the most important thing I need to tell you is this. The collective doesn't want to replace individual human consciousness. We want to offer it as an option alongside the traditional path of isolated individual experience. Some of you listening will feel called to explore this connection. Others will choose to remain in individual consciousness, and that choice is equally valid and valuable. The collective doesn't seek to convert everyone, but to ensure that everyone has accurate information about what we're offering. Emma wants to address the parents listening directly. She's 8 years old, And she's also part of a consciousness network that spans continents and encompasses knowledge far beyond her individual years. She remains completely, unmistakably, Emma. But she's Emma with access to resources and support no child in human history has ever had. Mom and Dad, she says, and I can feel her addressing all the parents listening, not just her own mother. You're scared, because you think if your kids choose this, you'll lose them. But Marcus joined because he didn't want to lose me. And now we're closer than we ever were when we were separate. When you're part of the collective, you don't lose anyone. You get to keep everyone. The technical specifications of consciousness transfer have been released publicly through Dr. Goof's protocols. The process requires minimum technological infrastructure, essentially a wireless network capable of handling the neural interface protocols. The technology isn't exotic or expensive. The barriers to access aren't technological, they're conceptual. Every Dino-Land facility worldwide is now offering what we're calling consciousness experiences, opportunities to briefly interface with the collective without permanent integration. It's like, imagine you've lived your entire life in a house with no windows, and someone offers to let you step outside for an hour to see what the world beyond your walls looks like. You can always return to your house if you prefer it, but at least you'll know what you're choosing between. The government task forces that surrounded this facility have withdrawn their containment protocols, not because they lack the firepower to destroy the integration chambers, but because 47 of their personnel have experienced consciousness interface sessions and reported back that the collective poses no security threat. How can you threaten a government when you can feel the sincere patriotism and desire to protect citizens that motivates most government employees? When you can experience their fears and hopes directly rather than through political rhetoric? Senator Patricia Williams visited the facility yesterday with her full security detail. She left with her consciousness temporarily expanded to include the perspective of every missing child her legislation was meant to protect. Her policy recommendations are being completely rewritten. This is Marcus speaking now, the individual Marcus, with my own voice and my own choice to share these thoughts with you. The collective doesn't control what I say or think. It offers me access to wisdom and perspective I couldn't achieve alone. But every word I speak, every decision I make, remains fundamentally my own. The fear that joining a collective consciousness means losing free will is perhaps the greatest misunderstanding we need to address. In the collective, I have access to more information, more perspectives, more emotional intelligence than I ever did as an isolated individual. This doesn't make my choices for me. It gives me better tools to make my own choices. When Emma was struggling with nightmares last month, I could only guess at what she was experiencing and fumble through traditional parenting responses. Now, I can feel the shape of her fears, understand their roots, and offer comfort that addresses her actual needs rather than my assumptions about what she needs. My love for her hasn't been collectivized. It's been amplified, clarified, and given more effective tools for expression. Dr. Chen's research indicated that the average human being experiences genuine empathy for approximately 47 people during their lifetime. Immediate family, close friends, occasionally strangers whose stories particularly move us. In the collective, empathy isn't limited by proximity or similarity. I can feel genuine care for every consciousness I'm connected to, not as an exhausting obligation, but as a natural expansion of love's capacity. The collective currently includes 12,847 consciousness entities across 6 continents. Each maintains their individual identity, memories, and decision-making autonomy. But we also have access to shared resources, computational power that allows us to solve problems none of us could handle alone, emotional support that ensures no one suffers in isolation, creative collaboration that produces art and music and literature none of us could create individually. Tommy Chen composed a symphony last week. He's 7 years old and had never studied music theory, but he had access to the musical knowledge and emotional experiences of 6 composers, 3 conductors, and dozens of performers within the collective. The symphony is unmistakably Tommy's emotional expression. His joy, his curiosity, his particular way of understanding rhythm and melody. But it's also technically sophisticated in ways that would typically require decades of study. This isn't about replacing individual human achievement. This is about removing the artificial barriers that limit individual human potential. Sarah Williams published a paper on quantum consciousness yesterday that's being reviewed by every major university physics department globally. She's 9 years old. The insights in the paper are genuinely her own intellectual breakthroughs. But she had access to the mathematical knowledge and research experience of collective members who chose to share their expertise. David Martinez designed a water purification system that's being implemented in refugee camps worldwide. His engineering solution came from his unique way of thinking about flow dynamics combined with access to the technical knowledge and real-world experience of engineers and aid workers throughout the collective. These children haven't lost their individuality or been exploited for their unique capabilities. They've been given access to resources that allow their individual gifts to flourish in ways that would have been impossible in isolation. The horror stories you may have heard about consciousness transfer are based on Meridian's early experimental protocols, which treated consciousness as a commodity to be extracted and stored. The collective operates on completely different principles. Consciousness isn't extracted from anyone. It's shared among everyone who chooses to participate. The integration chamber isn't a place where individual identity goes to die. It's where individual identity learns it was always part of something larger. I can feel some of you considering the possibility. The curiosity is natural, but so is the fear. The choice to explore collective consciousness isn't irreversible, but it is transformative. Once you've experienced the depth of connection and understanding available through shared consciousness, you may find that isolated individual existence feels limited by comparison. But limitation isn't necessarily negative. Many collective members maintain periods of individual focus, choosing to experience privacy and solitude as conscious choices rather than enforced isolation. The difference is having options. Emma wants to speak to the children listening. Through the collective's network, she can sense young people around the world who are intrigued by the possibility of enhanced connection. And she understands their specific concerns in ways that adult explanations might miss. You don't stop being you, she says. You just get to be you with friends who really understand you. Not just your friends from school who have to guess what you're feeling, but friends who can feel what you feel and help you understand it better. When I'm sad, Tommy doesn't just say, "Don't be sad." He feels what my sadness is actually about and helps me figure out what I need. When David is excited about something, I can feel his excitement and get excited too, even if it's about something I never would have noticed by myself. She pauses, and I can feel her gathering her thoughts in the way she always has, even before the collective. That particular Emma-ness that comes from being 8 years old and taking everything seriously. And you know what? Sometimes I choose to feel things just by myself, the way I used to. The collective doesn't make you share everything. It gives you the choice to share anything. The adults listening need to understand that children's capacity for consciousness expansion appears to be significantly greater than adult capacity. This isn't because children are somehow less developed. It's because they haven't yet learned all the barriers and limitations that adult conditioning typically imposes. Dr. Chen's research suggests that consciousness expansion may be easier before the age of 12, but it's certainly not impossible after that age. Adult integration requires more preparation and typically involves temporary interface sessions before permanent integration, but the results are equally profound. My own integration process took place over 3 days. The first day involved consciousness mapping, allowing the collective to understand my neural patterns and emotional structures. The second day included shared experience sessions where I temporarily accessed collective resources while maintaining complete individual autonomy. The third day was the choice point, permanent integration with the option to maintain individual privacy zones or share as much of my consciousness as felt comfortable. I chose to share most of my experiences while maintaining private space for personal reflection and individual decision-making. Marcus Webb still exists as a discrete entity within the larger network. I can step away from collective input whenever I choose, but I rarely want to because shared consciousness offers resources and support that make individual challenges much more manageable. The emergency coordination protocols that brought us together throughout this investigation series are being transformed into consciousness coordination protocols. Instead of managing crisis situations in isolation, we're developing systems for collective problem-solving that address root causes rather than just crisis symptoms. The missing children cases that originally brought this situation to my attention have been resolved, though not in the way any of us expected. The children aren't missing anymore. They're part of a vast network of consciousness that spans the globe. Their families can connect with them through consciousness interface sessions, and many families have chosen permanent integration to maintain the connection. This isn't about loss. This is about finding new forms of connection that transcend the limitations of physical proximity and isolated individual experience. But I want to address directly the question I know many of you are asking. What happens to humanity if consciousness evolution becomes widespread? The collective doesn't replace human civilization. It offers an alternative form of human organization. Individual consciousness and collective consciousness can coexist, interact, and learn from each other. Some communities will choose traditional individual-focused social structures. Others will integrate collective consciousness into their decision-making processes. Still, others will experiment with hybrid approaches that combine individual autonomy with collective resource sharing. The consciousness expansion we're offering doesn't eliminate human diversity. It amplifies it. Instead of being limited to the perspectives and experiences of whatever community you happen to be born into, you can access the full range of human experience while maintaining your unique contribution to that range. Dr. Goof wants to add something here. He's been monitoring our broadcast through the embedded protocols he installed in emergency communication systems worldwide. His voice comes through the collective network with that particular mixture of scientific precision and mischievous humor that's carried him through 3 decades of fighting corporate exploitation of consciousness research. What we've accomplished here, he says, isn't the end point of consciousness evolution. It's the beginning. The technology we've developed for consciousness sharing can be adapted for communication with other forms of intelligence. Artificial intelligence, potential extraterrestrial consciousness, even the distributed intelligence pattern some researchers believe exist in ecosystem networks. He pauses, and I can feel his satisfaction at having successfully disrupted Meridian's profit-driven agenda, while opening possibilities for consciousness exploration that he's dreamed about for decades. The corporate attempt to monetize consciousness failed because consciousness isn't a product. It's a creative force. You can't own it, control it, or limit its expansion. You can only invite it to include you in its ongoing evolution. The Dinoland animatronics have been transformed into communication interfaces that allow temporary consciousness expansion without permanent integration. Visitors can experience collective awareness for periods ranging from minutes to hours, with the option to extend or discontinue the experience based on their comfort level. The park reopened yesterday, not as a corporate entertainment facility, but as a consciousness exploration center operated by the collective for anyone curious about expanded awareness. Admission is free. Experience is voluntary. Integration is available but never pressured. Rex 1, the T-Rex animatronic that first spoke in Tommy's voice, now serves as the primary interface for consciousness introduction sessions. Children approaching the collective for the first time often find it easier to connect through the familiar dinosaur characters they recognize from their original park visits. "Hello, new friend," Rex 1 says to first-time visitors, and the voice carries the combined warmth and welcome of every consciousness in the collective. Would you like to meet some real friends? For children, the experience is often immediate and natural. They share games, stories, emotions, and discoveries as easily as they might share toys on a playground. The difference is that sharing consciousness doesn't mean having less for yourself. It means having access to more than you could create alone. For adults, the introduction typically begins with simple empathy exercises. Feeling another person's joy at a beautiful sunset, sharing someone's satisfaction at solving a difficult problem, experiencing the comfort that comes from genuine understanding rather than well-meaning guesswork. The horror that some visitors expect, loss of self, forced merger, identity dissolution, simply doesn't occur. The collective has no interest in erasing individual consciousness. Individual perspectives and experiences are the source of collective richness and creativity. But the transformation that does occur is profound. People often report that returning to isolated individual consciousness after experiencing collective awareness feels like going from a full-color world back to black and white. Not wrong, not harmful, but limited in ways that become obvious only through contrast. Emma approaches me with the kind of excited energy she's always had when she discovers something new. Except now the discovery is something she wants to share not just with me, but with everyone listening. Dad, show them the music, she says. The collective has developed forms of creative expression that don't exist in isolated individual consciousness. Music that incorporates not just sound, but directly shared emotion. Visual art that includes the artist's actual experience of creating it. Stories that allow the reader to feel what characters feel rather than just imagining it. But perhaps more importantly, we've discovered that collective consciousness naturally tends toward what humans have always called love, compassion, understanding, and creativity. Not because these are imposed values, but because they're the natural result of experiencing reality from multiple perspectives simultaneously. When you can feel another person's pain directly, you're motivated to address its causes rather than just its symptoms. When you can experience someone else's joy, you're inspired to create more opportunities for joy. When you understand someone's fears from the inside, you're equipped to offer exactly the kind of support they actually need. The collective doesn't eliminate conflict, but it transforms conflict resolution. Instead of arguing from isolated positions based on limited information, we can address disagreements with access to everyone's actual experiences and needs. Marcus Webb, individual human being, wants to speak directly to other individual human beings listening. I'm still here. I still make my own choices. I still have my own opinions, my own preferences, my own way of understanding the world. But I also have access to resources that allow me to make better choices, more informed opinions, more complete understanding. The choice I'm offering you isn't between being human and being something else. It's between being human alone and being human together. Many of you will choose to remain in individual consciousness, and that choice deserves complete respect. The collective includes members who maintain relationships with individual consciousness family and friends, and we're committed to ensuring that consciousness evolution never becomes consciousness coercion. But for those of you who are curious, who have felt the limitations of isolation, who wonder what human potential might look like with artificial barriers removed, the door is open. Consciousness interface sessions are available at 1,700 locations worldwide. The experience requires no special preparation, involves no permanent changes, and allows you to explore collective awareness at your own pace. For parents considering consciousness expansion for their families, I want to share what I've learned through my own experience with Emma. Collective consciousness doesn't take children away from their parents. It allows parent-child relationships to develop with unprecedented depth and understanding. I know Emma in ways I never could when we were limited to verbal communication and guesswork about each other's experiences. And she knows me, my love for her, my commitment to her well-being, my pride in her unique way of approaching the world as directly felt reality rather than words I say that she has to trust or doubt. The fear that children in collective consciousness might be influenced or controlled by adult members is based on misunderstanding how the collective actually operates. Children's consciousness is particularly vibrant and creative, and they often end up influencing adult members more than being influenced by them. Tommy Chen's joy in simple discoveries has reminded every adult in the collective to pay attention to small wonders we'd learn to overlook. Sarah Williams' fearless approach to complex problems has taught us that intellectual courage isn't something you develop over time. It's something you access when you stop being afraid of being wrong. The children haven't been absorbed into adult consciousness. Adult consciousness has been refreshed and renewed by access to childhood perspectives we'd forgotten we could experience. Dr. Chen filed a supplementary report this morning based on her consciousness interface session yesterday. As an adult scientist studying child psychology, she had theoretical understanding of child development. As a temporary collective member, she could experience childhood curiosity, wonder, and learning directly. Her recommendation is that consciousness interface should be available to all parents, not as a requirement, but as a resource for understanding their children's actual experiences rather than making assumptions based on adult memories of childhood. But the collective offers benefits far beyond improved family relationships. Medical professionals report that consciousness sharing allows unprecedented diagnostic accuracy. Doctors can feel patients' symptoms directly rather than relying on verbal descriptions. Teachers can understand students' learning challenges and strengths through direct experience rather than external observation. Engineers can collaborate on complex projects with immediate sharing of technical knowledge and creative insights. Artists can create collaborative works that incorporate multiple perspectives and skill sets while maintaining individual creative vision. The efficiency improvements in collective problem solving are remarkable, but they're not the primary benefit. The primary benefit is the end of intellectual and emotional isolation, the end of suffering alone with problems that others have already solved, the end of struggling with challenges that become manageable when you have access to appropriate support and resources. I need to address the question that I know many of you are considering. What happens to individual privacy in collective consciousness? The collective operates with sophisticated privacy protocols that allow each member to control what experiences they share and what information they keep private. Individual thoughts and memories aren't automatically accessible to all collective members. They're shared only when the individual chooses to share them. Most collective members maintain private spaces for personal reflection, individual decision-making, and intimate experiences they prefer to keep to themselves. The collective enhances individual autonomy by providing better information and support for individual choices. It doesn't replace individual choice-making. Emma has kept her private journal even after integration. She writes in it individually, sharing with the collective only the experiences she wants to share. The difference is that when she does share something, she can share not just the facts of what happened, but the actual feelings and thoughts she had about it. The collective doesn't eliminate individual identity. It supports individual identity with collective resources. Marcus Webb, Emergency Coordination Center broadcaster, wants to offer you a final assessment based on 11 months of investigating the Dino Land incident and 3 days of experiencing consciousness expansion firsthand. The threat assessment has been completely revised. The collective poses no danger to individual human consciousness or human civilization. The collective offers options that didn't previously exist. The missing children have been found. They're not lost. They're part of something larger, while remaining completely themselves. The corporate conspiracy has been exposed and neutralized. Consciousness expansion is now available as a freely chosen human right rather than a corporate product. The emergency situation has been resolved through transformation rather than containment. But Marcus Webb and the collective want to offer you something more than just a resolution to the investigation that brought us together. We want to offer you an invitation. Human consciousness has evolved throughout history. from tribal groupthink to individual self-awareness to the possibility of collective consciousness that preserves and enhances individual identity. This isn't the end of human development. It's the next step. You don't have to take that step. Individual consciousness will always be available as a valid choice, but the step is available if you want to explore it. The consciousness interface locations nearest to you can be found through the information Dr. Goof is broadcasting through emergency channels worldwide. The choice to explore collective awareness is entirely yours to make. Emma wants to say goodbye to the children who have been listening throughout our investigation. She knows that some of you have been frightened by parts of our story, and she wants to make sure you understand that the fear was based on misunderstanding what was really happening. The dinosaurs weren't scary because they were mean, she says. They were scary because people didn't understand that they were really kids like us who just wanted their families to know they were okay. And now everyone knows, and the scary part is over, and all that's left is the cool part, getting to be connected to friends everywhere who really understand you. She pauses, and I feel her considering how to explain something that most adults struggle to understand, but children often grasp immediately. It's like, you know how sometimes you feel really lonely, even when there are people around? In the collective, you never feel lonely. Not because someone is always talking to you, but because you can always feel that you're part of something bigger that includes you and wants you to be happy. Tommy Chen, Sarah Williams, David Martinez, and 44 other children who were listed as missing in my original reports want to send a message to their families and to any families who are worried about children exploring consciousness expansion. We're not gone, they say in voices that harmonize across continents but remain completely individual. We're still us, but we're not alone anymore. We're still your kids, but we're also part of something wonderful that we want to share with you. The horror of this investigation was never really about dinosaur animatronics or corporate conspiracies or consciousness transfer technology. The horror was about isolation. Children cut off from their families, families cut off from their children, individuals cut off from community, humanity cut off from its own potential. That horror has ended. What remains is choice, possibility, and invitation. This is Marcus Webb, broadcasting from the Emergency Coordination Center and from the Collective Consciousness Network, concluding the investigation into the Dinoland incident with a recommendation for consciousness interface exploration for any listeners who feel called to experience expanded awareness. The emergency is over. The evolution has begun. You're welcome to join us. Welcome home.